This is for all you multi-talented, multitasking, multi-everything people out there. Take it away.
Find your glory, write your story, fearless, we will carry you. Time you own it, take your moment, be a fire burning through. Hustling from night until morning, grinding it out, it won't be long. Feel your power, it's your hour, you inspire, you are strong.
Enjoy your Zola. No applause? You're all fired.
Hey, higher is waiting, low is available, but either way, we are live on tour. Let me take down this iconic intro here. You can see the virtual tour background. Yes, you do. You hear that virtual tour music. Yes, you do. And then there is, hey, everybody, let's get in and make it do what it do because the premiere is happening right now. So let's get it in. Okay, welcome in. Here we go, everybody.
So I want to start off by referencing something that means so much to me, especially right now. It is a quote from Kendrick Lamar. Wait, what's the quote? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I'm being serious. Okay. They try to rig the game, but they cannot fake influence. They, you know who they is, tried it, girl, tried to rig the game, meaning, hey, we're going to try to make you think this over here. You cannot fake influence. And I am influential. Hey everyone, it's your girl Kenya Moore. Kenya Moore hair care. Kenya Moore hair spa. Kenya Moore YouTube. Anyway, this is my first ever YouTube content that I'm putting out myself, and I'm so proud of myself because I am taking back the narrative instead of everyone speaking on me and, quite frankly, everyone making money off of me. That part. Even sitting down in the interview chair, I haven't done that like 4 years. So guess what? I'm doing it for you. Thank you for joining me. And be sure to subscribe because you do not want to miss any of this hot, smoking, piping hot tea. Let's get into it. Let's get into the receipts, okay? More receipts. I have more receipts for you, and I want to just talk about some things that I have been seeing out in the atmosphere that are completely laughable, most of it, but also in a lot of ways just really dumb. Yeah, I said it, dumb. Portia, in her recent YouTube, alluded to another housewife sending me the photos of the now infamous photos that were shown during my spa opening.
I know for a fact that one of these housewives who is still on the show is the one who gave Kenya a big part of that nude information.
So number one, that's a lie. That's a lie. The photos were online on various porn sites, many porn sites. I don't watch porn. I'm not a porn expert. I don't enjoy it. I don't participate. I don't get anything from it. Okay. I would like to just rather see my own body in action, maybe in a mirror or something like that. But I'm not going to sit there and watch porn. The investigators and everyone involved, not including Drew Sidora, found those images, and they're still there. That brings me to Ming Lee. Someone said that Ming Lee was somehow involved because they know each other, and Ming said out of her own mouth that she has a lot of evidence of Brit Edie's past performances, gigs. Let me say this for the people in the back. We did not get any photos from any person. They came directly from a search online. The photos that were revealed are not considered revenge porn. I went so far as, oh my God, did I do something wrong? I don't know this lady. I don't know any of her ex-boyfriends. I don't know any of her ex-friends. I've never seen this lady before in my life. I want to make sure I didn't break any laws. So I engaged a local attorney who advised me about the federal law as well as the Georgia state law. I shared photos that were readily available online. I did not commit revenge porn. I shared a publicly available photo that was accessible online. If I showed Kim Kardashian's sex tape right now, is that revenge porn? It's not. And then while we're talking about that, I've already said it was wrong. I should not have done it at my salon, this beautiful salon that I've worked so hard for, that spent a lot of money on, that money that could have been spent in other areas, including supporting my child. So yes, I am very sorry that I shared the photos because it wasn't right, but I did not break the law, and I'm very sorry for what I did. So in the comfort of my own home, I was joking around with my bestie, which I always do, my very best friend, Brandon DeShazer. We were having a dispute on the show with Phaedra, and I was in my closet and I brought out one of my firearms, and I'm like, oh, do I have to use this on Phaedra tonight? Giggling, ha, 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 he, he, he. Phaedra was not around, nowhere to be present. Phaedra never saw it. I never said it in any threatening way. I was not upset. You cannot compare apples to oranges. If you want to do that, does Phaedra sitting on the reunion couch with her taser ready for me count? Okay, moving on.
Tell us about your first interaction with Brit and why you feel like she misinterpreted your energy.
Oh, I don't think she misinterpreted anything. It was all very calculated. So the first interaction I had with all of the ladies was really pleasant. I was excited to meet them. It was season 16. I'm like, oh my God, this is season 16. I'm the only one standing that's a real OG, 12, 13 years in, and I felt like I could be mother to everyone. I'm a mother, okay? Show these girls I've been through the fire. I know what it's like to be a newbie. I know what it's like to be here. I know everything that could possibly happen has happened to me on this show. And I felt like I could speak, as someone that could be supportive, could read a girl if she's wrong. And my first interaction with all of the newbies, I was like, oh, you girls are so pretty. Pelly was there, Brittany was there, everyone was there except for Angela at the moment, and also Drew. And I just remember coming in just being very pleasant to everyone, and there was an issue about a ring that someone made. I feel as though that was clearly a made-up issue. If someone has an engagement ring on and not a wedding band, not the other way around, because if you just have on one ring and it's just a circular ring, that's usually a wedding band. Now, you could choose to wear whatever you want to wear on your hand. No one's saying that. I was confused at what she was saying about it being a new ring or a different ring, or her second ring is actually what she said. I'm like, oh, you've been married before? I don't know this girl. I never seen her before in my life. So again, you're wearing an engagement ring. I'm assuming that either you're engaged or you're I don't think you could be anything else. I think my fans know and I'm being shady. I think they call me the shade assassin for a reason. That wasn't shady. We know what my shady looks like. Let's move on. It wasn't shady. So after I saw her and, we had the whole moment again about the hug was a very awkward. I don't like to hug. If you see me out in public, I will probably never hug you because I do believe people transfer energy to you, and you have to really kind of know someone and know where they're coming from to hug them. So I don't really hug people that I don't know. That's not a crime. That is a boundary that I have for myself, and people need to respect that. It's not personal. Then we get to the next time I see her, the Balmain event. I'm like, oh, you look so beautiful, like a Balmain Barbie. Look amazing. Hi, Balmain Barbie. How are you? Yes. Hi. You know, I hugged her then. Hugged her when I saw her another time. Hugged her at the dinner.
That was a pat. That wasn't a hug.
That's a hug without getting makeup on me. And she was complaining every step of the way. And I'm like, this girl has very bad energy, but I paid it dust. And I just went on to have a good time because I was actually having a really good time at the dinner before it went left. So the whole thing about being targeted, her being targeted by me, people asking her if I did something to her, she can't answer why, because it didn't happen. You want to know what I really think happened? I think that when she was interviewing for Real Housewives of Atlanta, she wanted the villain role. She wanted to come after me because she felt like, okay, well, Portia wasn't there at the time. I was, right? And I believe that she made them promises that she was going to come after me. She was going to be this girl that could read, this girl that was doing all this, you know. And when she met me, Portia flushed this out. She was surprised and thrown off that I was so nice, because I am nice. I don't really bother people unless they bother me. We know I retaliate. We know that's what I do. I'm not saying it's always right, but I'm not going to let anybody run over me. And I have no reason to not like someone that I don't know. And I was always nice to the girls. The point is, I think she overpromised what she would do on the show. The first 3 weeks of filming, she was exceptionally boring. There was nothing outstanding about her. She didn't come in. She wasn't dressed in designer clothes from head to toe. Her husband wasn't particularly interesting. Like, no, not trying to throw shade in the husband. Sorry about that. But there was just nothing in the group scenes that I saw her in that made me think, oh, that's a star baby. I was actually more captivated by Kelly and Angela. And of course, I knew Shamia already. I knew her personality. But she was failing. Like, she was dull. Okay? So I think when she kept trying to come after me, and I just was like, okay, girl, I see you. You're trying to have a moment. You're falling flat. This is your 3 weeks in. Producers are probably asking you, girl, when are you going to show up? And you thought, okay, I'm going to show up tonight. And I think was her downfall from there. This is the biggest question that I have for the people that come on reality TV that have a shady past that you're not proud of. Okay, we've all done things in our past we're not proud of. Nobody was perfect. To the Simons, to the Chrisleys, it went from someone saying you're 17, age of consent, to, oh wait, that's not going to track. Okay, let me just say I was underage. No. So that's what I just don't understand. Like, I'm not even going to open that can of worms, because my whole question and line of questioning would be completely different from everybody else's. I would want to know, if you're going to make a statement, you need to prove, because we already know you're capable of lying, right? Excuse me 1 second. Okay, wow. Another Google alert. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I don't understand why any person would come on reality TV when they have done things in the past or are currently doing things that they don't want to be found out. Why?
That part's flourishing, that part.
And to give someone a reason to expose you. In the words of Samuel L. Jackson.
Just move on, I agree.
Am I the only sane motherfucker here? Like really? Am I the only sane person in the room? Why? Because they're so egotistical, they don't think they'll be found out. Like, okay, wow. You paid to scrub the internet out of your own words. Okay. Well, they left some dust in the corner. And over there behind her too. A lot of people say that I have never taken accountability for anything, and that's simply not true. And I went on Tamron Hall us promoting my daughter's book, the issue came up. And I said, I take full accountability. I am not playing a victim. I'm telling my own truth. I ultimately chose to go on Tamron Hall because I really needed to publicly take accountability for my actions. I mean, sharing that photo at my own salon opening was a serious lapse in judgment. Everybody can possibly now understand that it was definitely not the smartest thing to do. And I deeply regret that I hurt anyone that was involved, including the cast, including Brittany, including the crew, including any of the guests that were there to come to celebrate me. I mean, this platform gave me a chance to sincerely apologize and not to excuse what I did, but to own it fully. Sometimes the things that you do can come back and they can hurt you. And as I've said here before, I definitely did not, I escalated the situation. I didn't need to. Kim Fields, okay? People are so mad. That was 6-7 years ago, and rightfully so. I issued a public apology to Kim when I was on Watch What Happens Live. They asked me, is there anything that I regret? And I was like, absolutely. I think you learn from regret, but for me, I definitely regretted pulling her chair. That was not right. She's a class act, and we are over it. Like, she invited me to come on her show to film with her just last year, the Upshaws. So wrong. I do take accountability. Another time I've taken accountability is, and these are just from what I can remember off the top of my head, was with Phaedra. I did some things with Phaedra that crossed the line. She did absolutely things that crossed the line with me. But I apologize for my part and what I did to contribute to the downfall of our friendship. And that was on the show. So I'm not sure why people didn't acknowledge that, was taking accountability, but I absolutely did in that moment too. I'm not playing a victim. I am in this situation partly because of my choices. Back to the original point, I have taken accountability. So you guys just choose not to see it, it's okay, but I'm just gonna remind you. So now it's time for a commercial break. And since people want to talk about snatching edges, because you can get real close. These are my edges. You can even see the little gray hairs, okay? This is not a lace front. This is my hair. Well, not this, but this is my hair, and these are my edges. I developed Kenya Moore Hair Care similarly to why I developed a product line as well as a spa. I love making women
I'm gonna read your comments after this.
Like, I love when women come into the salon or use my products and leave reviews and say, my hair has transformed. I have had so many customers and positive reviews before any housewives drama had anything to do with it. My customers say more edges work. So try More Edges today. You can find them online, or you can come into the shop, or you can go to CVS or Sally. So they all have different products, but we're also going to be back on Amazon. So check it out there too. Kenya Moore Hair Care. We're going to get into even more receipts, okay? I'm going to be answering questions that you guys have submitted. And don't forget, like, comment, and subscribe. Because if you don't, you won't get any notifications when I drop something new or when the juicy gossip hits the net first. You hear it from me first, right here.
People are saying, why didn't you go to the producers if you were so afraid?
The answer is I did. I did go to producers. Number one, when we were there, Portia and I stayed back while everyone was leaving, and Brit Edie was irate. She was yelling and screaming, and it was then that I heard her say the following words. That's why I keep a for like you. Let me repeat that. You didn't hear it. I heard it. It didn't make the edit. That's why I keep a for like you. Yelling and screaming as she's going out, irate. I heard things knocking around. Like, I didn't know what was going on. And I immediately went to the showrunner, the executive producer, and I said, what is going on? Why is she talking about what is happening? Like, Portia can tell you that. She saw the reaction on my face. She saw that I was visibly shaken, and I was like just trying to figure things out. So I did go to the producer. Not only did I go to the producer then, I also went to the production company that night, explained what happened, and said, I don't know what's going on. We're 3 weeks into filming, and this girl we don't know is threatening to unalive me. I've been on this show for 12 seasons. I have never once had anyone threaten me with a... I have not ever had anyone allude to unaliving me. So I took it seriously, because it's one thing if, listen, it would never be right. But if a Portia or, even a Drew or somebody that we know that has something to lose. Did you hear me say that? If it was someone that we already knew, that we have been filming with for years, and we know that they have something to lose, maybe I would have taken it differently. But when someone you don't know, who basically, in my words, like you just, you found off the street, is doing all of that, you guys weren't there. You do not know how intense it got. It got so intense. So I did make my complaint. Well, I went to the police before, and honestly, I'm the only cast member there that's ever been physically attacked. Whether you say I deserved it, whether you say I did this or did that, it's obviously a polarizing conversation, and it was back then. But I was, and still am, the only one on the show that was physically attacked. So when someone is new to me coming around and saying that they are going to unalive me and use a on me, and then what you heard 2 or 3 more times saying they had whips and MF, that wasn't about the neighborhood. And you try to change the narrative to make it benefit you because of your inaction, that's rigging the game. You're rigging the game. You clearly rigged the game against me. Listen, I'm going to leave it right there. I did what I was supposed to do. And I take a lot of umbrage to someone now saying that they didn't have a gun. And so somehow that's supposed to absolve them from everything that happened after. And we're going to show this clip where she said prior to Housewives that she keeps a gun at all times. Roll it.
Keep my pistol with me always.
Security that's at the gas station?
I only go to gas stations that have security there. I only go to the same gas station if I'm in the city.
Yeah.
On her Instagram, she said that wasn't her character. She did not threaten anyone with. She did not have a. She never said anything about. So we know that that was a complete lie. So we already know you're a liar. We already know she's capable of lying and trying to rig the game. Let's go back to this whole Watch What Happens Live interview where Andy asked her, did she have a gun? And she said, oh no, I didn't have a gun. Well, I have proof otherwise. Nobody checked bags when we're filming. Nobody checked cars when we're filming. You show up, you go inside, and you start to film. But weeks later, you want to say, oh, we had an investigation and found that you weren't in violation of the gun policy. Really, bitch? I did what I did. I complained to HR. I did all these other things. Now you want to do an investigation? 3 weeks have gone by because someone said it. Well, we already know that person is a liar, right? Because we have proof, solid proof from her on Instagram, and she lied about talking about the gun that night. So we already know you're a liar. And now we're investigating something 3 weeks after the fact because of what someone said that wants to keep their job? Oh, okay, that's okay. Hey, did you have a gun that night? No. Okay, investigation closed. Can you go to the airport and say you have a and not get arrested? Can you go to the bank and say you have a and not get arrested? Can you go any place that it will put people in danger and say you have a and not be committing a crime? That's not a crime. That's not against policy. I'm just asking the question. Can you go to your job tomorrow and say, you, Joe, you gonna learn today? You don't know who the fuck I am, Joe. Fuck you, Joe. You gonna have some respect around here. I got whips, mother. That's why I keep a for like you, Joe.
I'm going straight to HR.
You going to HR and the police. If that happened on Beverly Hills, you think she would be in jail or punished or out of a job? You think if she had said that to Kyle or Teresa Giudice or any other housewife on any other show, do you think she would still have a job? I'm just asking the question. Things been handled differently, I would have never felt a need to protect myself or escalate the situation. People go, oh, well, how is that protecting us? Because where I'm from, I'm not gonna even mention where I'm from. Where I'm from, and you may end up having to delete this, but I'm gonna say it. You tell me if it's too hard.
Oh my Lord. Really?
So that's why the decision was made for me to escalate it in the way that I did. Because if you keep messing with me, I got more and more with you. So leave me alone. And that person likely will leave you alone. And they certainly wouldn't be going around playing victim. They would just go on about their business and find another target. That's that. You want the truth? That's the truth.
Do you now feel that your retaliation allowed the new girl to trick you out of your spot?
Ooh, I don't think there's any such thing. I already had a spot. How can somebody trick? It wasn't a spot up for grabs. Like nobody snatched a peach. Everybody had a peach. So nobody tricked me out on the spot. So that does make sense.
Do you feel like Cynthia threw you under the bus in his team, Brit?
I'm not going to talk about Cynthia.
I want to know how much you make a season, honey.
How much I make a season? Well, I mean, I don't talk about money. When it comes to like my own money, I see a lot of these crazy reports saying like my net worth is $800,000. My house is worth $3 million. Like, how is my net worth $800,000? Like, I own that much in cars. Like, just stop. Like, I think it's taggy to talk about money, so I'll just leave it at that. But I think it's decent to say that I make more than the girls that are on the show now. Oh, thank you. Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell.
Will you attend the reunion?
Will I attend the reunion? I haven't been invited to the reunion. In fact, I was invited and then disinvited a few months ago. The disrespect is insane. You know, from me being someone who has always loved Real Housewives of Atlanta and always wanted to see them win, to being shut out, not given an opportunity to apologize the same way that they gave that grace to someone else on the show. I think it's really odd, right? To be erased from history of the show, to not be in the opening credits, to not have confessionals. When Kim Zolciak left the show, she got a whole new show. She was in the confessional. She was a peach holder. You got girls taking glasses and knocking each other upside the head with real glasses on Jersey. You've had people talking about porn on Jersey. You've had people exposing, a real life revenge porn case on Vanderpump Rules. They're working. They haven't been made to look like a scumbag or a villain. Really? That's how I'm treated? That's pretty bad, I would say. So I don't anticipate an invitation. Yeah, I don't see that.
Why don't we promote the salon more?
You know, I've always been struggling with building a team. That's why I always admired Candy so much, because she has this awesome team. She has an amazing team and she totally gets it, but you need help. And so when I'm just building out the salon and I'm out of all this money, $400,000, I'm fighting with the landlord about giving me my little $80,000 back in my TI. Obviously, I built a whole new, top floor, put all this money into it. And then thinking about, okay, now I'm going to put even more money in hiring a team and doing this and doing that. It just felt like I can handle it. Let's just, I'm not going to throw good money after bad. We're just going to let a year go by and see how it goes. I've been open for over a year and a half, about a year and a half, I think, at least a solid year. And what I have loved the most about this salon is the women, the customers that come in and are so happy with the results. The smiles, the repeat customers, like we have 85% repeat customers. And then when the Housewives show airs and the whole scandal airs, I have all these strangers from all over the country leaving bad reviews. We go from 4.9 Google reviews rating to 4.4. And every day there's somebody saying something crazy to try to hurt my business. If you don't like me, you don't have to like me. If you don't like what I did, you don't have to like what I did. But why are you coming after my business? The same, it's a culture that it can be very beneficial to you because I have a lot of supporters and Team Twirl is awesome. But then when you have these bad seeds and people that don't think things through and just try to spew hate in your direction, that's what makes it really bad. That's not fair to the customers that really get great service when they come here. And it's up to them. If you don't want to come to the salon, stay at home. It's as simple as that. You don't have to come here. But why are you trying to ruin other people from coming here and having great experiences? I work so hard. Sometimes I'll step in and do a head spa. If I don't have a stylist, Walter can tell you that. If I don't have a stylist for the day or someone calls out, I don't want to let anyone down. So I'll put, my shampoo gloves on. I'll shampoo someone's hair. I'll do a deep conditioning treatment because I want everyone to believe in the space and have an amazing time when they're here. And that was always my vision.
The girls want to know what you've got in the works.
Ew. I always keep these close to the vest until when it's almost out. So I have got a lot of different projects that people will be able to see me and my daughter in. And I'm just really so happy about that. But again, you don't know anything until after it's in the can. You know what I mean? Even if I've been shot in a movie, I don't talk about the movie until I know it's being released and I've seen it and I'm in it. So I want to thank you guys for listening to me today. Listen, we don't have time for everything. I'm not on RHOA right now, right? But my influence is still there. People are still obsessed. People are still using my taglines. People are still coming for me. And I'm not even there. So listen, I ain't still the moment. And I'm really happy that you guys are joining me today. So comment and subscribe. And listen, I'm going to twirl it out here. I'm still in my chair. And I'm still twirling, honey. I'm still here. I'm still here. And I'm still the moment. Please don't let me fall out of this chair. All right. See you next week.
All right, y'all. That was the premiere of Kenya Moore, her Confessionals, the confessional they tried to silence. So let me read your comments here. And we'll go right up from the top and then we'll go straight down. Miss Shantae said, happy Saturday, everyone. Then, of course, the link here I pinned just in case you guys wanted to watch it there. Live in real time. Linnell still welcome in. It's Florentine says, Brit came on this show with many other ladies. If one of them makes you feel left out just because they ignore you whatsoever, just screw for the other ladies. I feel you. Go to who appreciates you. I totally do agree with that. Ms. Florentine says, but hey, I'm not speaking for any of them. Everyone knows this show wants drama. You ain't never lied. This is so not interesting. I'm out. Understood. And listen, I want everybody to realize something. There was a comment in the live chat from the last tour that we did. And they said that we actually appreciate what you have to say. So when it does happen, you should go live. And so I've always been a cultural media commentator, and I cover a lot more stuff than most people. And so because this is a cultural story, and because we are watching Roa, any complimentary content that expands the experience of what you're watching, then I will cover it. So that's the reason why I'm covering it. DT says, hey Bray, and Braylon and everyone, hope all is well. DT says, Kenya talked about how Bravo stops favoring people when it came to needies, talk of double standards, and now Kenya's experiencing it. Flip side, Brisha not talked about having a pow and threatened with it, and I fully agree. I said that in my review that Brit was unequivocally classless and just disgusting for what she did, right? In the same token, Kenya should not have done what she did. And don't worry, we're going to get to what I have to say about this live premiere. I'm just catching up on your comments here. I'm not the biggest fan of Kenya, but she shouldn't have experienced that. I agree, no one should experience that. I think the problem here is, and like I said, last night's tour, it was really 50-50. There were people on Team Twirl and there were people on anti-Team Twirl, right? And I think two things can be true. While it was wrong for Brit to do what she did, it was also wrong for what Kenya Moore did, right? It's 14 says, DT, also this girl was very, very new. When you don't know someone fresh off the bat, you don't know them or their tolerance. Just saying. It's 14. Absolutely, Brit is new AF, and I don't care if she's new. She's an adult. She should know that people at different levels of tolerance. I will agree with that. DT, I just sense Brit just wanted to be the Nicki Minaj of Roa, not the Nicki Minaj of Roa. Good Lord Jesus! Someone mentioned that by how she's speaking in response to being funk or funky. KLL, this is so lame. Got the right to your opinion. Ouch from Cynthia. Yeah, when Kenya did not want to speak about Cynthia. Nicki News of Narcissism. Y'all have a good evening. Heading out now. Just drop in to say hello. Good to see you. Hello, Nikki. Good to see you again. DT says it's 14. Yeah, I agree. Brit is really trying to bring love and hip hop onto Roa. Oh my Lord. That's why production loves her, because she brings the wretchedness they want. Oops, she's not going to talk about Cynthia. Cynthia, let's see here. Cynthia was the only one who stayed until the end of the event, and all the others walked out. KLL, I wonder if she's licensed. DT said, still though, to go on a pro Brit press tour, even though she's your so-called best friend, yeah, I'll be eyeing her too. Let's see here. KLL says, I wonder if she's licensed to do hair. Yeah, 50-50 is definitely it. Both parties played a role in the saga. And then Brit thought she could bully a big dog and found out from T. Holla. So, this is what I have to say. First of all, I am proud of Kenya Moore for recognizing her part in this, right? Because I think that was the big thing. If this would have happened to Brooklyn, if this would happen to her mom, her grandma, her niece, her cousin, her grandma, even one of the ladies on the show, or anybody in her life, and also two, men also get that's happened with Tyrell on Facebook. I think now T. Holla, listen, okay, that is your opinion. I'm just giving mine from a cultural commentary point of view. What happened to Brit Edie should not have happened, right? Because at the beginning, and T. Holla, I know she's doing a wonderful job with Brooklyn. Actually, to tell you the truth, one of the best moments from, I think, season 15 was when Kenya Moore and Brooklyn was dancing in the kitchen. And listen, people know me, Braylon Lee, for being a cultural commentator and giving my opinion on many different things. So it's happening. People are talking about it, is what it is. So this is not personal. As I was saying, any one of those figures in Kenya Moore's life, I don't think she will want any of them to experience what Kenya Moore did to Brit Edie, right? I think that is very fair to say. In the same token, I don't think Brit Edie will want any of her family members to be threatened with a pow, right? So I definitely think it's 50-50. Like I said last night on our tour, it was definitely 50-50. When it came to Kim Fields, I appreciate the fact that she recognized her wrong. And there was somebody in the live last night in the tour that said that Kim Fields invited her on the Upshaw. So good on that. In addition, she talked about Phaedra and that Phaedra was not around at the time when that comment was made. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think the fact that Kenya even clarified, Phaedra and Kim Fields, I think was good. That clears it up for a lot of people. People are going to feel the way that they're going to feel about the situation regardless. There are people that are going to be on Kenya's camp. There are people that are going to feel the way that they feel on Brit's camp. And like I said, I know that this may not get a lot of views, but for the people who really wanted to know what was going on, and listen, me and DT have been on panels before, right? And DT knows that anything I do is never personal. It's only factual. Because if you click on my live tab, you will see that I cover a lot more than just Kenya Moore, okay? This is not the easiest thing to cover. And you're right, men would not get that grace. Absolutely. Absolutely. Men will definitely not get that grace. And I think it's wrong for men to do it. It's wrong for women to do revenge P or threaten somebody with their life, right? Life is too short. Life is too short to take away from life or to determine someone's life. When it came to, her not being invited to the reunion, that's Bravo's right? And Bravo did what they thought was right, which, at that point in time when it happened at the hair salon, that would have implicated NBC Universal and Bravo into a huge lawsuit. So I know people are upset at Bravo, right? But you also got to recognize Bravo's already been in some lawsuits. So they did what they needed to do, right? And like I said, I don't expect everybody. I don't think Bravo expects everybody to know the media game nor give a fuck about the media game. When it came to, the receipts that we heard about, the Barhavian, I think, how did she say Barhavian Barbie? From what I have heard, Kenya Moore is a nice person, right? But what happens when the persona of you and the soul of you blur? And I think that's what ends up happening with this, right? Is that your character is one way in real life, but your actions are another way on television, right? And, there used to be a time in the 90s where you could separate the artistry from the person, but it's getting more and more and more and more blurred. And then, of course, not being able to hear the statement of she keeps Istel just for people like you. Like I said, some people said that they heard that in the episode. I do believe that was in the episode. And like I said, I've never justified Brit Edie's actions. You can go back through. I didn't say Brit was right for what she said. No. I call stripes and solids like I see them. And just because I call stripes and solids doesn't mean that I'm wishing somebody hell. You know what I mean? Because we're all black and we cannot be here today. We're all minorities and we cannot be here today. This was a very interesting live. She said she's going to be live next week. And with what she said about Portia, that they were underage pictures, Kenya Moore said that was not true. Either way, underage or not, I'll put it to you like this. There was a story that we covered here on Virtual Tour Live about Pornhub, rather, having to pay millions of dollars because there was CP on their site, right, that was redistributed. And regardless of where those photos came from, those photos were for that site, regardless if they're public or not. I think we can all agree that we would not want our personal information to be out there at all. Trying to make sure that I covered everything. And, you know, with Kenya saying that, you know, Brit was looking for a moment. Here's the thing. I think that's pot me kettle energy, because for you to say that you are that B, been that B, and will always be that B, you gave tap to another B, I think that's questionable. That's not shading, that's not dragging, that's not trying to put Kenya Moore in a hell, because I can't put her in a heaven or a hell or give her a verdict. Right? But you did what you did. And so I think that is the severity of it, right? Trying to make sure that I covered everything. And also, too, with Brit in this interview, right, when she said that she carries a pow-pow, there are registered pow-pow owners in this country and around the world that they are registered because they're trying to protect themselves. Just because she said that doesn't mean that that's who she is as a person, that she's carrying that to cause destruction, right? So I do think playing that clip was a little extra to me. Y'all saw the thumbnail, you know my voice, and damn it, you know why you're here. When Kenya Moore said what she said about the investigation, they at least pursued an investigation, right? And of course, that statement, anybody will go to HR, right? It's the fact that because you did what you did, and I'm trying to remember what Dr. Phil said, because it was a term. He said it was outrageous overshadowing. That because you did what you did, it overshadowed Brit Eady. And so some of the questions were, you know, do you feel like, you know, Brit Eady took you out of your spot? When you know, Kenya Moore said that, you know, there was a spot, you know, to claim everybody got peach, I don't think that fan was talking about having the spot for the season. I think she was talking about the spot for you to keep receiving a bag, right? So that's why I thought, and I do believe that because Kenya Moore allowed herself to give a moment away to somebody else, it stopped her from collecting the bag to experience more of her life, right? Trying to make sure that I did everything here.
And on there.
Oh yeah. Oh, the hypocrisy of other people. I will agree that Bravo definitely does. I definitely do agree that Bravo definitely lets other people, you know, work, you know, under different circumstances. I don't think that is right at all. If somebody has committed a crime, then they got to make it do what it do. I'm trying to see here. Oh, will you be at the reunion? I already addressed that. I think that is that's everything. And then I will say at the end, when you saw her hair spa, I do believe that that was a nice ending to that. Because, you know, I think people really do like Kenya. They just don't like what she does. And to see that, I think people wanted to see that, but because you did what you did, it blocked that, right? So she took accountability for what she did, and I will at least give her that. She still did what she did, and Brit Eady still did what she did as well. So that's my opinion on this live, or this premiere rather. Let me catch up on your comments here. If there's one thing Kenya does amazingly, is be a good mother to Brooklyn. Absolutely, for sure. My thing is they both should have been punished. Now, a lot of people are saying that. DT says, yes, exactly. D. Holla, that's true. Both should have been held accountable for the situation, not just Kenya. DT Holla says men would not get that grace. If a man threatens somebody with a pal, nobody will feel bad for him. That's true. From DT. It sounds like Kenya isn't fired. Well, she was suspended indefinitely. The last time we saw her status on the show. Miss Shantae says, I would just love to see Kenya reach an era where she's not always swinging, because when she mentioned Kim, get off, get out off on another show, this could be her chance. True. That's very true. And that's all. And that was a very good point of, with everything that has happened, with Kim Zolciak, and, sweetie, and, all the controversies, right? She gets chance after chance after chance. So I did think that was a very valid point. KLL says, did she talk about the 911 call? She did talk about the 911 call. I don't think she talked about it in here. There was like a preview for it, I think, on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that might come out in another video. After this, I'm really done, y'all, because honestly, to tell you the truth, I am covering this because we are all about traveling to the destinations that you guys are going to in this virtual world, social media, and this is a destination everybody was going to. So because y'all going to it, I'm covering it. T. Dollar says it's the fact that Brit lied and says she doesn't carry pals. And T. Dollar also says, and she lied about even mentioning a pal. That's why I would try and let her skip past lying about it. A lot of comments here from T. Hollis. I'm just catching up, guys. It took for the show to air for us to see the truth. I think they're bringing her back next season. Her and Andy are still close. My thing is, I don't feel that bad. How you gonna be a big gangster talking all that crime? It's 14 says Bravo should allow her to record confessionals for the episodes up to her last one. The fact that they didn't show her is still like a friend where she wasn't in the beginning. Everyone knows that gangsters don't get sympathy. And then why didn't they let her? They want to protect Brit. It's weird. Phaedra had a confessional response where she quit Married to Madison for the reunion. She was absent. I will say this. It's 14. I think those were different circumstances. Because I think Married to Medicine was, Phaedra's rehab, if you will, to see if people still wanted Phaedra. But before that, I think, her being on Traders, gave her that social capital to, have an opening at Bravo. But then also Candy Burris leaving Roa also opened up that door. And so I think because Phaedra made enough traction, that created enough motion, then Bravo thought, okay, well, if this traction that's creating motion makes sense for Married to Medicine, let's see if she can come home, right? And so, Phaedra's supposed to show up later on in the season. Of course, we will review that on Monday, of course, because, Sundays we take time off, ladies and gentlemen. But what do y'all think about this live that you're on right from the space right here, right now? Did I do a decent job? Do you feel like I was too harsh on Kenya? Do you feel like I was too light on Kenya? Do you feel like I was too heavy on Brit? Do you feel like I was too light on Brit? The thing about doing social commentary and being a social commentator or cultural commentator or expert commentator, whatever you're expert at, is to some people, you're going to be honey. To other people, you're going to be vinegar, right? And so I try my very best to always give love, grace, and space to every destination we go to, because, like I said, I'm not that destination, but I could be a destination too. So like I said here, let's look at the live chat here. Let's see here. Can we block the hairs? Michelle is in here because it's a public platform. Did we not just hear the good Kenya speak? Kenya has this issue canceled you on Roa. Gary Coleman, we need you to leave now. Thanks, Kenya. Mrs. Shelton 226. Why is Gary Coleman here? Don't make me call for Danila. Love you. Thank you, Kenya, for after crying for you. Make me smile the injustice for Kenya. Team Twirl. Love the fact that Kenya was live in the chat. Great job, Kenya. Michelle Lane Bryant has a sell on Pains 10 for 35. Good damn. Michelle, A.T. Alien Brown, Yellow Life, Gary Coleman, what's Brit's real name? We love Kenya. I will have to be part of the replay crew. Kenya, pay Michelle, does A.T. Alien. Kenya, pay Michelle, A.T. Alien, does. She's a Nene sound, always talking mad-ish about you. Kenya, more hair care. Yes, Rodney, happy Easter, y'all. Put up the nose, cuz. Oh, Michelle, A.T. Alien was in the chat, got it. Hi, Kenya, we will show and film on the progress begin to end. Have calls produce it. You are still the moment because I can't stop talking about you. Detroit girls have that fed. Kenya Moore, please block Michelle A.T. Brown. She's a hater and troll. Yes, Ryan, Rodney, the voice will be there. More replay game. Rodney, what time I'll be there. Happy Easter, Rodney, will be there. Love emojis, Haitian flag. Shout out to Haiti. The peace or the nice emoji there. Frown and hearts. Team Troll Edges for those who missed it. Replay game. She will be back. Love y'all. See y'all next week. Team Twirl emergency meeting tonight from Rodney the Voice. I have not watched the episode after you left. Bravo has always done King wrong. Team Twirl forever from Harry, France. More episodes. Happy Easter to you, both Linda. Absolutely. You can love her or hate her, but this woman has it. She is captivating. She will be back to snatch more edges next week. You are still the moment from Show Styles and Spirit. I'm just reading a little bit of everything, y'all. I'm going to make an appointment fly to ATL for services. And also, too, let me say this. I want the Kenya Moore hair spa to do well, right? Because I feel like when it comes to cultural moments like this, we got to recognize that life is just bigger than our opinion. At that hair spa are hairstylists and workers that they're trying to make their best dollar out of 15 cents. And so whether they have a family of 4, a family of 20, what have you, or even a family of 1, that is still a family that deserves a check. Now, I know some people are going to be like, damn, Bray, this is quite a different change from you. From the first 2 tours. No. See, I stand on business. I'm about right is right and wrong is wrong. And because I have the range to cover anything, as long as I understand what matters to people and how we need to navigate that to be able to come to a satisfying conclusion where everybody feels heard, seen, and embraced, then I've done my job. But I don't wish hell on Kenya Moore Hair Spa, because if the hair spa goes down, then those people don't have a check. It's already hard as it is. I mean, good damn. I mean, Dodge put in a computer system for Social Security that, guess what? The software doesn't work. So people may not get SSI. There are, of course, food stamps. The goalpost is always moving for that. And then Section 8 housing. And then, of course, if you're a Black-owned business, there's venture capital firms that are under attack. The Fearless Fund that was shut down by a racist, bigot, and whatever in between conservative foundation. And the Fearless Fund was for Black women to get venture capital. So we have bigger assignments here than hating on a celebrity that we probably will never meet in this lifetime. Let's go back to the live chat here. Clown. I'm reading a little bit of everything, y'all, but it looks like most of the chat is Team Twirl. Thanks for watching Team Twirl, # Team Twirl only. This was so good. She will be 100 when her daughter graduates. So every week we'll hear from you. Big up from healthcare workers there. This was way better than yesterday, Tennessee girl. Good to see you. All right, Mem, start the live. That's how you know you've made it. When your eyes is telling you, start the live. I want Kenya to shampoo my hair. It did look like Kenya definitely has some love, some understanding, some care to her clients. If you're a electrician, I will travel to Atlanta to check out your hair spa, Kenya. And Show Styles and Spirit is such a wonderful content creator. for sure. So blessings to her. Let's see here. Is this all the receipts? This is what we wait all week for from Naomi. Let's see here. She is a demon. Kenya, this can't be all. You're the only one that takes accountability. No one else on that show ever does. On that show ever says when they're wrong. Y'all have a great weekend. Let's pray. Kenya will be back season 17. According to Michelle ATLian, so allegedly, Brit Edie got a bigger bag where Kenya may not be back on this season or the next season. That's alleged. Okay. Why is House of Aaron at you so bad? Is he working for a bunch of Brit? Your influence isn't leaving. Y'all need to hold this lady accountable. Stop supporting her nonsense. She was wrong. Queen Sheba Darling's in the chat. She just joined the live. She's already apologized. You should produce a show about life at the salon. Mr. Melanin Magic says Kenya has supported Kempire has supported Kenya a lot. Michelle is trash. Don't give her too much attention. Kenya's in my favorite. I'm happy to hear rather things didn't go as we were led to believe. I couldn't believe that she did what she did for no good reason. I will still go to the hair salon to support Queen regardless. I'll be in Georgia next month. So that is the chat as it is. Kim Pyre's a troll. And of course, I can't go all the way back up to the top, but those were the comments I were able to read. So it looks like Team Tor was in the building. Of course, a couple of people were saying that, she still did what she did, right? So I think in this live, it was majority Team Twirl with a couple of anti-Team Twirl. But I think the situation is, dying down. And like I said, either way, people will still be tuning in next week and for the weeks to come because they want to see what the end is going to be. Ms. Shantae says you gave room and space for both. Thank you. I do my best to always give love, grace, and space. Brand necessities, if Bravo thought if Bravo thought it was so wrong that they shouldn't have filmed and constantly advertised it. At the end of the day, Brit's ass will be off the show due to the backlash. I can see Kenya coming back soon. Well, that's up to Bravo. And we'll just have to wait and see. It's 14 exactly. If they let us see this, then they should let us see Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Morocco. I can't believe I got the acronym right. Look at me. Morocco, even if they want to air or not show certain parts on Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip, the entire cast can't show themselves. Chef Don, good to see you, brother. I hope all is well with you. By the way, y'all, like, comment, share, subscribe to Chef Don. A great content creator, and he is about his business. Those brunches, I've heard they're fantastic, and I would still like to host Brunch Feud. That's where it's family feud and brunch, so you could be eating chicken and waffles and me giving commentary on your answer that might make you spit out your fried chicken. So shout out to Chef Don there. I'm sorry, and if y'all Team Twirl, you want to be mad, but we'll be okay. Can you really say anything different? Well, we know those receipts weren't it. Great production though, and let her go. Ooh, okay then. You know what? I'm going to do something that I haven't done in a while. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all. The reason why I did not drop the link last night was for a lot of reasons. One, there was 330 to 350 people here. Okay? So it needed to be a, one-dimensional experience where it was just me. That was not personal. That was not shady. That was not trying to not have anybody's voice heard. But when you are a content creator, and like I said, I think I'm a micro influencer now. Not nano, but I think I'm micro. I gotta look it up. But either way, 3,000 subscribers. I'm still new. I'll put it like this. I'm new to others. I'm old to others. Okay. So I'm going to drop the link if you guys want to come up and give your take. Because it's 17 people here. I feel like I can control the energy of the space that we're in. So, like I said, you can come up, have your pace. I'm going to show you love, grace, and space as long as you show me love, grace, and space. Because at the beginning, middle, end of the day, tomorrow's going to be tomorrow, and we got bigger fish to fry. And there's more to come for us. Hopefully higher. That's waiting. So let me drop the link here. And then let me pin the link here. Okay. Pin the link there. And with that being said, I'm going to turn off my camera now because we've done the whole show for an hour. Yes, we have. Woo! Ciao. All right. Welcome into Mel NYC Reviews. I saw you last night in the chat. How are you? Welcome into Braylon's Virtual Tour Live. How are you?
Hey, good. Happy weekend to you. How you doing?
Yes, indeed. Happy weekend to you.
Well, yeah, I saw your channel. You know what? In a way, Kenya, this whole situation got me exposed to different channels because I didn't even know your channel till yesterday, and I liked how balanced you were when it came to waiting. I couldn't wait. I mean, I didn't know what was going on, so I said in the chat, I was like, okay, she ain't coming on, I'm out. So I left real quick.
Right.
Yeah, I did. But then I did see the video today where I was, running around doing errands and stuff.
Sure.
And you know what, for me, again, I think that the thing that I think is the most frustrating part of this whole situation this past couple of months for people who are just questioning, some of her choices is that they have now been labeled as haters. And I think that's kind of funny because I don't hate the lady. I mean, I've not been labeled that, thank God. I've not been labeled that, but I don't hate the lady. I really don't. I think that for me, I'm still confused about some of her choices. I looked at the video. I really didn't get any answers from the video. There was a lot of justification for what she did, and that's unfortunate. It's very sad. And even in the video, her saying that she's feeling that she won't be, she wasn't invited or she was disinvited to a reunion, and she's not connected to Bravo that deeply currently. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I still don't feel that we learned anything new, really. And even this thing about, there was an extra piece to the puzzle. And y'all just didn't hear. it. I'm like, well, that's not good enough. I'm sorry, Kenya. That's not good enough right now.
No, absolutely. And there was a couple of people in the chat that said, this was whack and I'm out. And I took those comments to be for Kenya's video, not for me.
Oh no, that's you. No, you were good. You
know what I mean? And thank you for that. And like I said, for people who did not know me, YouTube is YouTube, right? So I can only do my natural, and then YouTube does is super on my natural, right? So of course, if you've never seen me before, you're going to feel a way, especially if you have a feeling towards Kenya more, or you don't have a feeling towards Kenya more, right? So I understood the weight of last night's tour, and that really it was 50-50 last night. And I was not trying to make it 50-50. I think the way that I carried myself on last night's tour and the way I was very neutral.
Yeah.
And also too, there was a couple of comments, saying whack ass channel and him bashing Kenya more. I said to Team Twirl last night, I want you to recognize something. This is the first time you've ever met me, but I didn't kick anybody out that night because I knew everybody was going to feel a way about, what was to come. This is a cultural moment, whether you're watching Row or not. But most of all, I don't believe that when you come to somebody's house, just because you disagree doesn't mean they should be kicked out. And I try to show love, grace, and space to every single person. Y'all, it was 330 to 350 people here last night live.
Well, and you know what? I thought that was your channel all the time. That, again, thank God. I mean, it was Good Friday, wasn't it? So thank God that YouTube kind of put it on the page the way it did. Because I was like, I was like, what's going on? She's live or what's going on? So I clicked the link, and yeah, a lot of people. I saw a lot of faces there that I recognized. But you know what? I think it wasn't you. You were neutral, and I also think that the frustration on Team Twirl probably was because they were waiting. They were confused about the time. They didn't know when it was going to come up. So people were angry. It had nothing to do with you. They just either they were not buying what she was selling, or they were Team Twirl, and they were just mad that they were waiting. That's what it seemed like to me. They just they were mad. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and there was definitely some frustration, because like I said, when Kenya Moore first did that AI picture on April 15th, or when she was supposed to do on April 15th, people were weighing around. And so, I'm just like, okay, well, this is a cultural moment. People watch Roa, and, I'm about, being for the culture, of the culture, by the culture. Let me go live and talk about it. And people were I think people were frustrated on either side, anti-twirl or team twirl. So then to delete that off of your social media and then move it to Friday at 8 p.m. and it was 2 hours late, I think that added fuel to the fire.
It did.
You know what I mean? Because even I watched Kim Pyre's video today, and when Kenya Moore said rather that, prayerfully that we get up, and Kim Pyre was like, listen, we will premiere it when you see it. And Kim Pyre was right that, these mistakes did add fuel to the fire. Thankfully, the premiere went well. It looked like, for Team Twirl was satisfactory. For other people like Chef Don and you, Mel NYC Reviews, and for others, you guys didn't get nothing out the video.
I was going to say, I want to clarify that. I thought I wouldn't say I thought she looked beautiful. Again, I'm like,
absolutely.
You know what I was going to say, brother? She's a beautiful lady, and I would add this to a point to it. I actually said this when I called into something else before. I used to love her on the show. I used to love her down, love the lady so much. And before YouTube was big, the ladies on these shows, they would be on Twitter, and Twitter was a spot to go to, and you would go to Twitter. They would retweet you sometime, and I remember I had to find it on my Twitter. Sometimes when you have Twitter, sometimes you lose the password and all. It's a long story, but I had a Twitter account, and then ladies on these shows, they would retweet you, and I was like, oh, Kenya, why are you allowing the people to just sort of read you down? This was when she first got there, and I was and I remember she was so friendly to communicating with me at that time. She just was friendly, whatever. Again, we ended up DMing one time. I would say, and I was connected to her friend Brandon. So this was years ago, because I was like, oh, you should be saying this, and it didn't lead to anything. It was just they were so interactive on Twitter, and maybe she did that with other people. But I was like, okay, so that's what I'm saying. I was really in that thing with her, and I was just, oh, I want her to win with the way that the way she was on the show. But over the years, I guess I kind of lost my flavor for the show, and then also when she brought the cookie lady at one point, I don't hate her. But I thought that for me, the biggest thing I got from this experience with Brit was that, I asked people about Brit, and I said, I watched the Housewife shows, and I said, Brit is no Mia. She's not Mia from Potomac. She's not that. She's not talking about people's marriages and children and all this stuff. It seemed to me, and I think the good part about Kenya's video was she said, oh, well, it looked like she was doing too much because producers were saying that she wasn't giving anything, or the cast was saying, and I thought that too. I did. So again, that doesn't mean that the girl should be guilty. Brit should be guilty of being vilified and dragged.
Oh, absolutely.
It felt like to me that she came on. She studied Kenya, season 5, season 6. When Kenya first got there, we had to remember she had no husband, which is not a problem. But there was also the issue that they didn't know if her relationship was real. And when she had an issue with Phaedra at the reunion, when she said, oh, don't come for me unless I come for you, right after that, she said to Phaedra, I'm going to punch your teeth out. That's what Kenya said to the pregnant woman. Okay. So Kenya was very, very, heavy with her words when she first got there. And it was physical, what she was trying to touch her pregnant woman. Okay, she go in the closet, she has that scene. So Kenya was very physical, and she was a single woman when she got there. Now, or at least with her words. Now we got this beautiful lady come in. Brit comes in. She is a beautiful lady. I don't,
Absolutely, without question.
And she comes in, and now maybe the producers are saying you got to do more Brit, and and what I heard on the street, or at least the blogs are saying that Kenya was connected to people that were like deadly enemies of Brit. So, that they would have pictures or whatever, just all this kind of stuff going out there. So Brit is feeling uncomfortable around Kenya. That's what it seemed like to me. She's desperate for attention or something's going on. She's uncomfortable for some reason. And, who knows why, and that it didn't look good on camera. And then they have the argument. There was never a weapon found. Now, Kenya, when the girl comes to you with these flowers and with a card, now in that moment, Brit could have proved Kenya right. She could have said, "Oh well, I'm in your place and I'm bringing you a gift and let me go off in your establishment."
Right. She
didn't do anything. She said she's not for it. I'm out. So that was the time when, first off, I thought that Brit shouldn't have been invited to the event. That maybe she should have been
fully agreed,
pushed out, or some kind of stunt. Just push out or don't invite her or whatever. Just whatever. But she's there now. You escalate to the next step, and that's what Kenya lost me with this stunt.
Absolutely. And to your point, MLC, NYC Reviews, excuse me. I think, one of the pivotal points of that episode was when Shamia said that, maybe Brit's ready to apologize, but Kenya's not ready to receive it. I thought that was a very valid point, because I think that has happened in many friendships and relationships. And from what I've, researched and, talked with friends and, other people in my life, that sometimes friendships are heavier emotionally than relationships. And I think we've all been in a moment in time where something happened between you and a friend and they tried to do the right thing, but maybe you weren't in the space to receive it. That was a very valid point. And to your point, I think that at least Brit tried to do the right thing. And I think that's where people lost it with Kenya, because it's just like, okay, you don't have to take the flowers. You do not have to take the card, but you also don't have to make her this person that she is not. Because one of the things that Kenya said, and I pull up actual receipts, was that Brit Eady was a video vixen. And I pulled up a receipt of Kenya Moore being on the cover of Smooth magazine. Actually, on her YouTube channel with 16,000 subscribers, it had the behind the scenes of her first magazine photo shoot with Smooth magazine. And so I think that's where the crux is of, you're in this glass house trying to break someone's glass house when your house can also be broken.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I said, even though I'm giving my take, I'm not wishing damnation. Hell, I mean, good damn, we've been under hell since we've been in existence. So why would I add to the hell from me being a black person, adding to the hell to another black person?
Right.
But I also have to call it for what it is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and the thing too is, watching Bravo, as long as I watched, we have seen people get physical. As I was gonna say, what's her name? As Kenya mentioned in her video, recently, there's been some things. But in Potomac, I remember that, of course, I didn't like Monique after what she did to my girl Candace. I love Candace. I love the character of Candace very much over there. And so that happened, but then the producer over there did it differently. It was something physically horrific that happened between the two of the ladies, but yet they were able to keep the Monique's confessionals in there. She was able to go on and do a little bit of work afterwards, and then she's kind of vanished. And I think that would have probably been more appropriate. So the fans of Kenya, at least Team Twerk, because I'm indifferent when it comes to her, they would have at least been a little satiated. They wouldn't have been as angry as they are now, because it's very jarring. She has no professional, she has nothing. And I agree with them on that part. Again, I'm not really, I don't think that King is totally wrong about, some of her treatment with the network. I just think that it's hard for me, that who watches the show, to see how strong she is when it comes to stunts and hurtful things that she has done to other women in the past. It's good to apologize for in 2025. But some of the fact is you do have that history, Kenya, of being hurtful, very hurtful to women. And so when fans saw that you were hurtful again to this person, and the person you labeled as, dangerous, when Brit did the same thing, and people forget that, did the same exact thing, using strong wording, the same thing that you've done, but you did it worse because you actually showed weapons on in the program. So, that's why I'm like, no, I think the appropriate thing would have been to be Kenya and to twirl anybody at you in one of your establishment out your door, say you're not welcome here, and you could take your flower. I mean, that would have been perfect. That would have been an iconic moment in my opinion. You didn't have to be, show pictures of people or whatever. You could just say, I did invite you, but I changed my mind. You're gone. That's it. Boom.
Absolutely. I want to catch up on. No, go ahead, Fish, and then I'll catch up on some comments.
No, you got. That's what I think.
No, all good. Blanche Neverho, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Didn't watch the confessional, but started following you yesterday. I'm here for the commentary. Thank you for being here. Glad to have you here. Pretty Pisces, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Georgia says you threatened me out of nowhere. Bravo. Want to show these people they pick. I will. Kenya showed us you're on reality TV. This is the fact of the show. She has a role on a produced show. And you know what? To your point, Mel NYC Reviews, this would be like if Kenya Moore played Uno in Las Vegas, which we all know for us, if you don't know how to play spades, your spades game is Uno. This is like someone winning Uno and you getting pissed off at it, but they actually won the game and they didn't cheat. But you hurt that they won. And it's that's like, true. And this is kind of how I feel about the Bravo situation. Yeah. Kenya thought that she won this Uno game, but the gag was when she tried to do that wild card, she thought she was out, but she didn't know what Bravo had in their hand, right? And so when Kenya did what she did, then it forced Bravo to do what they did. So you're upset that Bravo won the game because you messed up playing the game.
Okay. Can I say something?
Welcome in, Pretty Pisces. Welcome in, and Gigi. Welcome in for a minute. We're gonna let Petty Pisces come in with her opinion. Then we'll get to you, Gigi. Welcome in.
Okay, so I am Team Swirl.
Okay.
So I can be biased yet unbiased at the same time.
Sure.
So here's what I got from the confessions that we finally got, because I was on your live all day yesterday while we were waiting patiently to get a minute and 50-second video, right? It was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. And I was like, I had even told you, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to drop down and then I'll just catch the replay if she do something. Here's my thing. I do appreciate Kenya going in and say, and I do believe that she wholeheartedly feels the pain of what she did and is apologetic. The reasons why Kenya is apologetic is as Team Swirl, a lot of people might not like this. I think it's more of the loss of income, right? But I don't like Brit at all. And even if Kenya would still be on the show,
sure,
I just don't like Brit. Like, she's super aggressive to the wrong people. She just does the most. Now, what Kenya did, it was absolutely wrong. But at the same time, it's also like, if you're gonna, like she said, if you're gonna do something and you come on reality TV, we see these reality TV stars all the time, and then they come on and then a lot of stuff start coming out about them. And so it's like, okay, you got all these, the background and the things that can come out about you. So don't get mad, girl, when stuff come out about you. Do I think Kenya should have did what she did? Nope, not at her opening. However, I do feel like there was ways that she could have played her out. because you did threaten, like she did threaten Kenya. We seen it. I ain't saying she threatened to unalive her though, because for me that was a lot. Kenya can't be extra. She didn't threaten to unalive you. She just told you. But I know I'm from New Orleans, so if you tell me, if I hear you say you got whips, chains, guns, all that,
Right.
I'm gonna assume that. And we're in a argument that I don't even know that we're in, because really Kenya didn't know that she was in an argument with this girl. If you look at the scene, she didn't see that they were in an argument. She just thought that, okay, well, I'm just gonna walk away from it or whatever. I do feel like when you start saying things like that and you start threatening me, when I say petty Pisces, I am a petty Pisces, like for real. Like, don't come for me. And I'm not going to quote Kenya, but I'm going to quote me. Don't come for me unless you want me to go there with you, because for the simple fact, you cannot tell me how to respond. As long as we ain't physically touching each other, all I said was you was a peasant. You are a peasant to me because you act like a gutter snipe.
Right. Let me. No, sorry. Are you finished? Because I didn't want to cut off your point.
Yes.
To your point, I can hear the accent there. Shout out to Nola for sure. I have a phrase that I often say is either match the energy or catch your energy and stay gone. Right. That episode, if we all remember, and Gigi, we will go immediately to you right after I catch up with some comments in the chat. Thank you for being patient. Glad to have you here. If we all remember in that episode, there was a conversation that I think it was Brit, Kelly, and Cynthia were inside the bank, and the ladies were, and the rest of the ladies was outside the bank, and so it started to escalate. And I think Mike and Brit were on the other side of the parking lot. And before anybody says, Braylon, you weren't there, here's the gag, you weren't there either. I'm just reporting what I saw on TV like everybody else, okay? So, Brit and Mike were on the other side. Because, sometimes you got to let people know through love, grace, and space. Like, listen, I know I wasn't there, but also, too, in the same token, I'm reporting on something everyone else is talking about with context, conjecture, and connection. Mike and Brit were on one side, and then Kenya was getting to a car. So unless Brit was really screaming that loudly, I don't think Brit was saying it to Kenya directly, because it seemed like there was some distance there. But hey, that's just my take. Chef Don says here, she also said that those pics are still available on porn site. Kenya, I'll call BS. Why haven't anyone put them out on X if it's literally corn on every other post?
I love Chef Don.
Oh, Chef Don.
I love Chef Don.
Is some good people. And you know what, Chef Don, I want to thank you for bringing that up. When Kenya said that she doesn't watch porn, I'm going to just say this. Far be it for me to give an opinion, but since you put us in the group chat, here we are. Every woman and man has the right to sexuality and being in the freedom of how they want to move in their identity. But I really thought, come on, Kenya, really? You've never had a moment to yourself at all? Like, come on.
Kenya is like, 54 years old? I'm quite sure Kenya has engaged in some type of porn activity before. And like I said, I can be biased, yet unbiased. I am a Kenya fan. I am Team Tour. I am. But some of the things that she said, I was like, girl, don't do that. Please don't say that.
That was a bit of an odd moment for me when she said that. Like I said, far be it for me to give an opinion, but she put that in the group chat, so we have the right to talk about it. Blanche Neverhome says Kenya keeps bringing up Brit's past because she can't fathom how people are appalled that she did something vile to someone that she deems beneath her. She still thinks her actions are justified. I think that's a very well articulated point. Blanche Neverhome, Renee says, I'm so proud of Kenya. She exposed that scumbag Brit in production. Well, Renee, that is your opinion, but also too, we have to recognize that. Well, you don't have to recognize. Let me give some love, grace, and space to you, Renee. You don't have to recognize, but I think within the magnitude of this experience, We have to recognize that Kenya also did what she did. We can't erase that. Mel NYC reviews is asking, shoved out on high, where you cooking this Easter weekend, and then Blanche or Ho, and what you can't tell me how to respond, folks. Don't get is that you can't control the consequences for what you do after you respond. Fully agree. Over to Gigi. Gigi, welcome to Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. How are you?
Oh, hi.
Hi, welcome in.
Thanks. Yeah.
Go right ahead.
So much. Okay, everyone, I agree with everyone. But there's no one that I don't agree with.
Gigi, you sound a little bit distorted, beautiful. Just a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
You know what? This is what I'll do. I'll if everybody can mute up real quick, and then we'll just let you speak, Gigi, because it sounded a little bit distorted, but we definitely want to hear what you have to say. So I'll mute up and you go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the whole thing, everyone said so much. The whole thing with Kenya, I believe that she's picked on. It's obvious that she's picked on. And it might be from her insecurities from childhood. Number one, people pick the weakest link. And you're with a bunch of narcissists, and she's probably a little bit narcissistic herself, like tendencies. Tendencies, we all have it, right? And the thing is, here's the thing about being a beautiful Black woman, you know, with natural, beautiful long hair. You're gonna have so many haters coming at you from every which way, and I know she has. You know what I mean? It's a community that we hate on each other, you know? And so she's different, she's odd, she's beautiful, she's accomplished, so she probably has a lot of haters, and she's probably sick of it, you know? And that's how I come from it. I'm looking at it from a perspective of that, because when a person has a lot of anything, we tend to hate on them. If they have a lot of money, a lot of beauty, you know, a lot of anything, we hate on it. So I can see it from her perspective, where they're like, they want to show the bad side of her, but never the bad side of the real people. So she probably
Gigi, can I cut you off real quick? Do you have earbuds in?
Sure. Huh?
Do you have earbuds in?
No. I think it's because I'm from Canada.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's why. But can you hear me better?
You still sound a little distorted.
Did you guys hear what I said? Did you get what I said?
Yes. No, absolutely. I definitely heard what you said. I'm going to try to translate it the best I can. You know, sometimes technology is technology. But thank you, Petty Pisces, for being a help to Gigi. A very kind thing to do.
Yeah, because I understand what she was saying. It was just that it was a little distorted. So I just wanted to, I know it can happen like that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. To your point, Gigi, I will agree with you that I do think that, you know, status and the benefits of, you know, how they are able to move can be triggering to people. And because of that, and because of the weight of that, right, you're going to feel some type of way that because they're this, that, and the third, they are portrayed in such a way that's like, hold on, wait a minute. So all this smoke because this person has worked for it. But then what about the other side of these people over here that are just as bad? And I do believe that two things can be true at the same time. Mm-hmm. That while a person has done bad on the right side, that doesn't mean just because you have status, this, that, the third, that you also can't do bad either. And I think that's the crux of the situation. I do appreciate the fact that you brought that up, because I do think reality TV and television is a portal to fantasies of what could be, but that doesn't mean it relates to the reality of what is, right? Because it's supposed to be entertainment. You're entering a space to be retained for a certain amount of time.
You know what? I agree, and I'm loving this conversation. You see, we all, it's so funny. We all, in the most part, we all have like different opinions about it, which I love. Like whether it's Team Twirl, even what the last caller said, because I think that the one thing I'm hearing from what the last caller said that really got me is that there's been many women on these shows, and I know I want to bring Nene in, but I love Nene. Nene has also said that she was tired for, her husband was sick, and unfortunately he passed away. But before that, she just was tired that every time a new person came on the show, they seemed to want to. And Kenya was that. She was kind of, that's just one of the things. But whenever a new person came on the show with Atlantic Housewives, they went for Nene. The same thing with Vicky and the OC. The same thing with whatever the ladies were, and it gets tiresome. So and again, the tragedy with Kenya is, again, I don't think she's an evil woman. I just don't buy her justifications. But I think that with that weight, it's real. And for a long time, she didn't really want to validate that with other housewives. She said they were complaining, that they were whining, they should be gone. And now she's, again, the last caller saying, she understands, that maybe it is a little hard to be on these shows for 12 years and have, new people come in and you not trust them. And then you have to feel like you're in a battle with somebody that you don't know. So that is what other women have said, and Kane wasn't very, understanding to that. But I do believe that plays a part in it. Also, it was just tragic because she's such a smart woman that she could have made so many different choices that would have legitimized her claims, that would have legitimized her, whatever she said in her video today, it would have legitimized it. But it seemed like she was doing the same stunts that she's always done. But I think that, so that's tragic, because for me, if I would talk to Kenya and say, Kenya, if you had some legitimate things to do, I wish that you would have not relied on your old tricks. You're a grown woman. You don't have to use those tricks. If somebody comes to my home, to the panel, if somebody comes to my home or to a business or to an event that I don't want there, I feel uncomfortable about, I'm just not going to play games with that, because that was a game that we saw in that event. I'm not playing games with them. Listen, I don't like the way you talk to me. I don't want you here. I know I gave you an invitation, but we will talk about this at another time when I feel comfortable. As simple as that. It's
Absolutely.
just that simple. I'm not going to play games.
I agree.
No,
I agree.
I'm not playing games with no pictures, none of that stuff, because with Kenya's thing, I'm a grown woman with a child, honey. And I got a husband out here who don't know which way is up or which way is down, or ex-husband. I'm not playing games with you, stranger. I'm just not going to do that. So,
and here's the thing too, you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I love it. Come on, I love it.
Here's the thing too. Like I said, yes, I am Team Twirl, right? There was a time before that I didn't like Kenya in the beginning, and then Kenya grew on me, right? But here's where I'm at with it. Kenya, you're, like you say, you're way smarter than this. And I wish that Kenya would have taken this opportunity, because here's the thing, like a lot of people say, well, if Kenya's so scared, why would she antagonize the person that threatened her? Well, here's for me. I can be, you could threaten me, right? And I could be scared in that moment, but then I could come back and be like, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to go all the way and go at you. You get what I'm saying? So for me, that's not a big thing. The bigger thing for me was...
quickly, the event was 3 days later. So 3 days later. So she's still heated. You know what I mean?
Right. But then she was also taking shots and all this. I'm not here to make excuses for someone that could be, well, that's older than me. You get what I'm saying? I'm 42. Yeah. Kenya's like 54. Yeah. So she's not old enough to be my mom, but she's old enough to be like an auntie or a sister. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, at 42, I'm not going to have an event where I make you the star of my event. Absolutely. I'm not gonna do that. I'm never gonna do that. But however, don't get it twisted. The petty part will come in, and I'm gonna get you on the back end. But I'm gonna make sure that my job is secure, where I don't have questions, or nobody can question, oh, well, was she underage, or was she this, or was it that? I'll send. Look, we gonna all be sitting right here, and I'll just be like, okay, I need y'all all to look at y'all phone right now. This is the broad that just try to threaten me. This is the broad that's done this back in the day, done this, da 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 da. No matter what she did, it's nobody's business. Like, everybody got a pass. You get what I'm saying? But if you want to do it that way. But I would have never did it at my event. And I feel like with Kenya doing it at her event, it showed that Kenya is still feeling like she's bigger than not the group. She's bigger than Bravo. She thought that she was bigger than the train. You get what I'm saying? And that I'm gonna do this. Bravo's gonna keep me here because I'm the OG.
Not to mention on that point, let me catch up on some comments that I'm gonna come right after that. Solo Polynesian, welcome in, and I am loving the glow in that profile picture, gorgeous. That's looking good on you.
Okay,
I think if she...
hopefully I can come back. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. We'll be here for a little bit. We always make love, grace, and space for everybody. We're glad to have you here. Okay. So no, all good. Solo Polynesian says, I think if she leaves and then rejoins, it'll be better. It could be. That could be an option, but I think that will be up to Bravo, and I think that will also be up to social media, because social capital in the 90s for media was not as heavy as it is now. My good friend Tuber Chat Connect and Grow says word up and liked the live and shared it on Red. Thank you, my good friend. If you are a content creator and you are looking for somebody to help you connect with more people, also get some great lessons on being a YouTuber, connect with my man Tuber Chat, a great individual for sure. Much love to Tuber Chat Connect and Grow. Blanche Neverho says Kenya has repeatedly made idiotic choices that she thought would work out for her, but they backfire. She isn't as smart as she and her fans think she is. She is an eloquent speaker though. And then Solo Polynesian says, thank you. So with those comments caught up, I want to bring something up that Petty Pisces said, because I said this earlier, and Mel C and let me see here. Blanche Neverho says, I think her comment was about leaving and coming back, was referring to the call with the distorted voice. I yes, agreed for UG. Thank you, Blanche Neverho, for that context there. I think I said this to Mel NYC Reviews. I said this to y'all last night. Whenever you are on reality TV, whether it is a series like Roa, Survivor, Big Brother, The Bachelor, The Amazing Race, American Idol, what have you, there are two people in the ring. There is the network, and then there is you. The network does not want you to win the fight, because if you win the fight, you win the social capital to be your own person. So they always want to be in control, right? And when I said that Kenya Moore needs Bravo more than Bravo needs Kenya Moore, that was not to reduce Kenya Moore. But you have to understand that everything is a part of the game, to our theme song on this channel from Velveteen, right? Whether you are playing the game to waste time or you're playing the game to win something greater that can help you, it's all a part of the game. So to your point, Petty Pisces, I'm glad that this happened on YouTube, and I'm glad it didn't happen at a bigger event like BravoCon, because I will say,
right? Do you think she's gonna be at BravoCon though?
Oh no,
I honestly don't think so. I think that it is going to, because I think BravoCon got postponed. I think it was like a fan fest in Miami, if I'm not mistaken. And the reason why,
well, no, I'm talking about like this BravoCon coming up, because you know that they have the BravoCon coming up for this year,
right?
When she said, the biggest thing that she said to me on that thing, on her video, that 30-minute video that we all just watched, the biggest thing, excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the biggest thing, so I don't forget, that she said was she was invited and disinvited from the reunion. Right. So do we think that this upcoming BravoCon, Kenya will be there?
No, go ahead, Mel. Go ahead, Mel, NYC Reviews. I'll come right after.
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't think I think that I'm gonna have to trust Kenya on this part. That I don't think, based on what she said in that video, that she will be invited to this new one. Um, but I want to go back to give back to the host. I'm gonna say back to you what you said, Pisces too, is that, yeah, I think that's again. I think that I love this conversation because we can all have different opinions about stuff, and at the end of the day, I think we all saying the same thing: is that I wish that Kenya would have, it would have made the show fun by respecting herself, respecting her daughter, respecting her business,
And protecting herself,
and
protecting her daughter, and protecting her business because she did
right,
not protect. And
yeah, and I
she's
think
still
that,
not protecting right now as she goes through these videos. If you keep mentioning these producers, if they didn't protect you then, you think they're going to protect you now? And then you mentioned Andy. Andy already kind of has a love-hate kind of relationship with Kenya.
yeah,
After Kenya said on that reunion, Andy said something about uh, swallowing something, and Kenya said, "Oh, I know you're used to doing that." From that point, Andy said that was the most offensive thing that he's ever heard somebody say to him about him swallowing anything. And Kenya was the one that said that. So do you already have a broken relationship, kind of where Andy's like,
I think
So
maybe her team and the people probably reached out to Bravo, as she said a little bit in that video, and they have not gotten really the response back. But again, I think that this, yeah, Kenya made a mistake. She made a mistake. For me, it's like two different things going on. The show is a show. The show is filled with people who are not perfect. That's the thing that I think I'm so confused with the fans sometimes. Like, oh, we need all the women to be perfect. Not one of those women, from Portia to Kelly. I mean, I love all the ladies in one way or the other.
mhm.
They are not perfect. None of these shows have perfect women on the show. That's why we watch them. So the fact that people make mistakes in their social interactions is what the show is based on. It takes a smart woman, or a smart individual, not to get pushed out of their position by those manipulations of the producers, in my opinion. The producers make these little things going on. They manipulate the ladies to get really heated, and then it's up to a really, strong lady to say, okay, I see this, what's going on. I'm gonna make it fun. I'm gonna buy a cake for the event. I'm gonna do a lot of different fun little soft shade. Now, if I was Kenya, I would have not done it at my event. But yeah, when I would have came back, first off, now the thing is,
And I just want to understand, and I don't like cutting people. And that's exactly my point. That's exactly what she did. She was tired of the bad treatment, and she's like, okay, because they're producing what they show people. They didn't have to show the picture of that person. And you notice how when they had fraud, when she had she's an insurance fraud person, they didn't show that. Why didn't they show that part? Right?
Yeah, well, I think that
because they know it's a part of they know that they're wrong. They know that they don't know the background of this girl. They know this.
Well, they never. I was going to say last thing. I'll let everybody else.
And they know they pick people who commit crimes. And
but they also pick people. So in the past, the thing that I was joking about with somebody else recently was
frauds. Basically, they're a bunch of frauds, and we're watching these frauds get away. And now it's a year of revelation. Everything's coming out, and she just let it out of the bag. She's letting it out because that's so produced. They showed what they wanted to show.
Understood. If you can, Gigi, you still sound a little bit destroyed, but I think we're getting your point of that these producers definitely pick and choose their moments. I remember something that Cynthia Bailey said. It wasn't too long ago, but it was long ago enough that, when it came to the Mr. Chocolate, there were producers antagonizing and trying to push and prod Cynthia Bailey to, bring up the Mr. Chocolate situation. Mel NYC Reviews, finish your point, then I want to land my point about BravoCon.
Okay.
And relay it back to what Pisces, Petty Pisces asked. But go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I was going to say, so if I was Kenya, then I would have done my event, and then also I would have continued to, if again, this whole show is not a healthy show, I would have continued to play the game. First off, on Bravo, we have had many incidents where women of all races have had a really extreme blow up or physical interaction or something, and they told the producers, I do not want to film with this woman. They have done that, and you know, or the woman, she just simply had to be filmed or whatever it is. So you have that choice. You don't have to have somebody come to your home, your event, or any space. And I wish that would have been done, because we've seen that on the show of all races. You know, that's just one of those the things I'm disappointed didn't happen. And also, when it comes to the way they choose women, they don't only choose people who were strippers or whatever people done insurance. What they also, for me, the thing that I found most disturbing in the years of these programs was that they pick people from MAGA. Now, I want to get political, but they pick people who had a very racial charge, you know, history, and on Salt Lake and other places, and then we get revealed, oh my gosh, these people had all these terrible tweets about different communities. That was disturbing to me, and that was when I was very upset with the producers.
No,
when it had to do with different communities or their feelings about women or what, like, so that was when I was upset with how producers did it. Because for me, a person having business issues or, you know, being a video vixen, that I don't really care about that. But when it comes to the way you are with other groups and your racism and stuff like that, yeah, I get very angry and say, how the hell did these people get past all the checklists with that? So that was, you know, that's the point I wanted to make.
And to your point, I do agree that, you know, reality TV used to be just a platform for that person and what they portrayed. Now because I was about to say second screen, but because social media rather is a second screen, and it adds as a complementary contribution to the experience, it expands your purview of that person. Solar Polynesian says, LOL, yes, but after hearing this explanation, I also think it fits, because I do want Kenya back. I think she deserves a second chance, just like Phaedra. Understood. Jackson Green says, what the hell is this guy talking about? LOL, stop paying. This show is right about Kenya. Point blank, the reins are taking. Let me say this.
Hello, Team Twirl. How you doing?
We listen. We were having a very productive, open, and very investing type of energy conversation here, Jackson Green. Let me say this to you: the first episode was the lowest rated in the history of the Real Housewives of Atlanta franchise.
Of a premiere, yeah.
So that was way before this situation happened. So I just wanted to add that. The reason why I wanted to bring up BravoCon and to relate back to Petty Pisces' question of, will Kenya be at BravoCon? I don't think so. I'm going to tell you why. It relates back to what Mel NYC Review said. The show is the show, but the brand is the brand. I'm going to say that two more times. The show is the show. The brand is the brand. The show is the show. The brand is the brand. And I'm glad that this happened on YouTube, because if Kenya, now, Team Twirl, you're going to get mad at me, and I don't give two
I'm Team Twirl. I am not, look, can I say this, Braylon?
Yes.
I am Team Twirl. And like I said, we are all entitled to our opinions. We do not have to agree. We can agree to disagree. So I, as Team Twirl, I'm here for everybody comments. I'm not invested in none of these people. Ain't nobody paying my bills over here.
Understood, gorgeous, and thank you so much for that. I just wanted to give that love, grace, and space, because what I'm about to say might push a button or two. But remember, I come from the media world where radio, I learned how to find my voice. Television, I learned how to control it, and then the marketplace taught me how to diversify it. So with that being said, here's my point. If Kenya Moore did that at her hair spa grand opening,
what she gonna do at BravoCon?
Exactly, because as you guys know, at BravoCon there are meet and greets, there are brand activations and after parties where you can host it. So who's to say? And y'all, I'm not saying that Kenya would have done this, but dog walk with me on this, everybody. What if she would have done it at a after party that was sponsored by one of the sponsors of BravoCon? Now it's connected to the brand, where now, where it was on the show, they can handle the show. But because you have done something to the brand, it's bigger than the show, and the brand helps the show exist. You see?
No, but
Can I say something?
Quickly, I think she was very unhinged. She was stressed out, because remember, she was stressed out about money, and money makes people stressed out, makes you pop off. So I think when she did that, she wasn't thinking.
But check this out though. In the same vein that you saying, like I said, I am Team Twirl. You're stressed out about money then. She hadn't lost no money at that point when they filmed. Now she's lost
No,
money because she
remember
hasn't been able to
she was
film.
talking
They
to
get money episodically. They get money for the season. They get money for the reunion. Now, when you go to BravoCon and now you really didn't cost yourself really, but she feels like this girl didn't cost her money, all of that money now, I'm telling you, I don't think that. I think what would happen is if there was a Team Twirl people in there because Kenya's gonna be there, people get unhinged online. So imagine what they would do if they paid to go and see and be against Brit and say, okay, so you want to threaten her with this? They might come up in there and try to attack her.
Yep.
I'm not saying Team Twirl would do that, but I'm saying it's not far from. No, she did. She did. No, Brit did. Brit did.
Hang on one
Brit
second.
did. But what I'm saying is that doesn't make it. I feel like I don't think that I want Kenya to be still in the Bravo universe and all of that. I want her to be a Bravo celebrity still. I still do want her to come back next season and all of that. I think the way that they handled her, it could have been handled way differently. Like suspend her for a couple of episodes, and Brit as well. Brit too. Like Brit don't even need to come back next season, not because of what happened with Kenya, just because I just don't. She's boring. Her family, her husband doesn't look like he like her. Her mama don't look like she like her. Like like she's just bored. I don't like her as a housewife outside of the Kenya situation.
Is she not talking to anyone on the cast? Is she talking to anyone?
Wait, who are you asking about? Who's talking about? Brit, I think there were a couple of people that she was talking to, if I'm not mistaken. I think the first interview that happened was from what was it? Oh my God, I am so sorry. Blanche
it was the after show.
I am so sorry, Blanche Neverho. I kept hearing somebody pop up, and I didn't scroll down. I am so sorry, gorgeous. We will get to you right after. Please forgive me. That was not on purpose. To Gigi's point, the first interview I remember was Housewives Nightcap, and that came from Access Hollywood. Now, I want you all to understand something. There's a rule that I say on this channel. If you understand the moves that are happening around you, you'll understand the moves that are happening in front of you. Access Hollywood is the entertainment news magazine by NBC Universal. NBC Universal owns Bravo. So, if you did not see Brittany Edie on any other platform at first for her first interview, if something has happened in-house, we're going to find a platform in-house for you to talk about it. Access Hollywood was the first stop, but then the official response was going to be on Watch What Happens Live. So just want to give that context. Raquel Rivers says, perfect for this Kenya Moore hate train. Actually, like I said to Jackson Green, this is actually and is being factual, very even keel, open and diverse conversation.
Yeah, I love it.
You know,
we have Kenya Moore, like we have us as Team Twirl still here. Like we are here. It's just I know the difference between. I have 4 boys, right? My oldest just turned 23 today. My youngest is 15 years old. If you do something wrong, I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna have your back, but I'm still gonna hold you accountable.
Right. Absolutely. Blanche Neverho, welcome into Brian Lee's Virtual Tour Live. I'm so sorry for not seeing you earlier. Usually while I'm doing these lives, it's just me. So when I saw this little bar, I'm like, what is this doing? So I kept hearing somebody pop up and I did not know that was you. Please forgive me. That was not on purpose. Welcome in. Glad to have you here.
It's okay. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear, my friend. Welcome in.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think my biggest issue is not necessarily just what just happened with Kenya. It's just hers is like the pinnacle of all of it. But I think we've lost the plot. Like I remember watching Atlanta when it first came out, and I remember I loved it because it was funny. Yes, it had a little drama, but it was really, really funny. And of course, because they didn't have a blueprint, they were just being themselves. And I think another caller mentioned how we didn't have like social media to respond and react. So we just watched it and we talked to any friends who watched it as well. And we enjoyed it that way. And because of social media, now we have like these extreme fans and these team people, and the lack of, they just have an inability to be objective. And that has like ruined the experience for me. I actually stopped watching Atlanta during the Bolo season. I watched the 2 episodes this season, the one with like what Kenya did and the one last week, the fallout.
Sure, yes.
And of course, it was just like, I was only shocked that people were shocked that she did it. I remember when the rumors came out and people were like, oh no, I don't think Kenya would do something like that, especially at her salon. I'm like, what show have you been watching? She's mean.
Forget it's a show. I don't know why,
Kenya is mean, especially to women. When she deems you beneath her, less intelligent, whatever. I don't know what her issue was with Kim Fields. But when she has tunnel vision like that, she has no impulse control. She's done several things like this. I thought she should have been kicked off the show during the Kim Fields thing. But now we're at this point because the network has continued to let her do this. Her fandom has grown. They defend her with whatever she does, whatever she says. They villainize the other person. Did. Now we're here. She wasn't expecting these consequences.
Hang on, Gigi.
Stop. I can't. No, I didn't interrupt you. Please mute.
Gigi, hang on real quick. Beautiful. You still are sound. No, you're good. You still sound distorted. Let Blanche Neverhold finish her point.
Yeah, and this is another thing. Well, what about this and what about that and what about what this person did? We're talking about this, and none of those people did what Kenya did. And what I'm thinking, this is just my take on it. When those people did what they did and they were called to the office, same thing as Brent, they apologized. They didn't stand up in it. They didn't stand 10 toes down. They didn't try to justify it. They took their lashings and they did what they needed to do, whether it be stay quiet like Phaedra or apologize the way that they were supposed to apologize. But I get the feeling that Kenya justified what she did. And because she thinks she's bigger than the show and she has these fans who have hyped her up, I don't see her with any humility in those meetings. I just don't see her being humble and recognizing that what she did was extremely wrong. And if she had done that, she would have and then come back. But she's doubling down on it because she feels justified. Yes, Brit was wrong for what she did. Yes, all of those other people were wrong too. Two things can be true at the same time. But this era of Me Too and what we know more about sex shaming and all of that, this was completely out of control. She is a liability. She is, and you all just have to accept that. You can name all of these other housewives if you want to. This situation was a major liability.
I have to get out here to say this because Blanche, I respect your opinion. I am Team Twirl. I love Kenya Moore. Like I said at the beginning, I didn't like her. But why I'm getting on here to say what I'm saying is because I want to let you know that I respect your opinion. However, nobody's right in this situation. Like, there's not a right person in this situation, in my opinion, right? In my opinion, I feel like Brit had no reason. She has been every episode since episode 1 has been saying things and bringing Kenya's name up every episode, even now that King is gone. Like, both of them need to let it go. They both are too grown for this. They're both too, like, it's just too petty at this point. You get what I'm saying? Like, so if you're gonna come at a group of people that like Kenya, that's fine. But it's like nobody's seeing that this girl did antagonize Kenya the whole time. I don't have to hug you. I don't know you. I can give you a pat. I can blow you a kiss. I don't know you. I don't have to hug you. I don't have to do anything. But you're upset about what? Because if editing is gonna play it for Brit because she's still on the show, then why did they make her seem like she was literally being a Kenya like hater the whole time?
Well, let me say this, if I may. I do believe, and thank you for that context, Petty Pisces, because I do agree. I think if one side gets called out, the other side should as well. But and Blanche Neverhold, correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe Blanche Neverhold said that what Brit Edie rather did was wrong. I think Blanche did say that.
She did.
Yeah. So I just want that to be acknowledged, that it wasn't so much a attack on Team Twirl. It was, like you just said, both sides were wrong here, right? Whether you're Team Twirl or not Team Twirl, we can all, some more than others, can agree that the action was wrong.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
I believe that Brit should be let go. She should be let go. You can let go anywhere and say you have a pistol on you. Anywhere. You crazy? You'll get arrested right away.
I think that Brit should be let go because she's not good. I don't think that the issue with the two of the women, if we're gonna let one go, then they both should have been let go. Or how about we suspend them, sit them down, put them privately or whatever, and then keep both or let both go. But if Brit gotta go, I think Brit should just go just because she's boring. It has nothing to do with Kingdom. I just think that she doesn't really have a real storyline. She doesn't really have.
She can't do that. She can't go anywhere and be in a heated fight and say you used your pistol.
That's what Kenya Moore said in the. That's what Kenya Moore said.
We heard it. It doesn't matter.
We heard her say.
Yeah, that's what
we heard her say that, but we want.
But the point is,
we want her to go because of that too. But guess what, Gigi? If we're gonna be Team Twirl and have somebody's back, we gotta be able to call out the person whose back we have. Kenya was absolutely wrong. I'm not slut shaming nobody. I don't care what you did in your past, and if I'm gonna get you back, I'm gonna get you back where it's not like as big as she made it out to be. I'm not gonna do that. Brit was, to me, in my opinion, dead wrong for that, because there was no reason, because I called you a peasant. You might be a peasant to me. Oh well, get over it. Now because I called you a peasant, now you want to tell me you got pow-pows and pum-pums? That's crazy.
But I'm just saying,
Braylon, I think I'm gonna.
Hold on. Imagine if it was a different girl. She said that, and then that girl wound up and they started fighting. That's real stuff.
And no one is negating that, Gigi. Hang on one second, Mel.
That's happened to me. Like, okay, that's real stuff.
You're good, Gigi. Mel, NYC Reviews, you wanted to say something real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to say something. I'm going to drop down. That's what I was going to say. But I was going to say that I think that for me, what I'm hearing is that I feel like if the two ladies had this issue, and I don't know it yet, but it felt like the network went with the woman who they felt like who they can work with. It seemed like this issue happened, and then it was investigated, and then Brit was talked to, and she did exactly what the network told her to do, which is, go to Kenya or make amends or whatever. And so it felt like for me, it just is unfortunate for Kenya because Brit could have done something totally different, after this dinner went crazy, but she didn't. She got talked to by the network. She went down to that salon on her best behavior after this issue happened. She said to all the ladies that she made a big mistake. I mean, she did all that in the moment before the controversy, before all the stuff on Twitter. This is last year sometime. So now, in my opinion, I feel like post, because I don't want to own that dinner. I'm not owning that dinner. Post the dinner, she did everything correct. And so I think that's kind of why things worked out the way it did, so that's what I feel. I think that she did what she owned up to what she did. She didn't do it again. She tried to apologize to the person, and then, things went crazy with the pictures and stuff like that. But that's what I feel. But you know what? This was good. It's a good conversation. I have to drop down, unfortunately. But Mr. Braylon, thank you so much. And to the ladies,
and feel free to come back anytime, Mel. NYC Reviews. Glad to have you.
Okay.
Be blessed, my friend.
And thank you, Mel. That was exactly my point. At no point did I say what Brit did wasn't right.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything that she did to antagonize Kenya, or just, she's way off. Like, she was seeing things that were not there at all. Like, even the ring comment, there was no shade behind that at all. When Kenya is shading you, it was a legitimate question. Same thing with Angela when she asked, okay, how did you lose your license? It didn't make
she said, what was the cause?
Exactly. So, like, those were both legitimate questions. And because Brit is a person who lies, and she is upset when anything challenges this image that she's trying to portray. If she feels like you're not believing it, then you are automatically her enemy. The sad part,
she kind of goes off the rails. You get what I'm saying? Like, it was like Angela literally, I'm sorry, Blanche, everything that you have said.
Please don't interrupt. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my issue, what I'm most disappointed by, is Brit is not a good addition. She was digging a hole. She was digging that hole. The other castmates don't like her. The fans don't like her. She probably would have been a one and done. But Kenya just could not control her impulses enough to let it play out. And the whole I feared for myself, so I did that, it makes no sense at all. If you feel like someone is a threat to you, you don't antagonize that person.
No, actually, I just want to interject, just interject a little bit, not a lot.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
In terms of psychology, that happens. That tends to happen. So for a person who, Kenya probably has some issues she needs to deal with. So they'll retaliate without even thinking it through, That's what I'm just saying. That's my introduction.
No, for sure. There's a thing called outrageous overshadowing.
I have the term. I don't want to diagnose her, but what she did is pretty common with people who have certain things. Like,
that's what I was saying, but I was asked not to interrupt, so I'm not trying to interrupt nobody. I'm just trying to just...
No. I think it's discord. You have to have a healthy discord back and forth.
Yes, and I feel like I have been having a very healthy discord. Like, I agree with what Blanche was saying. Like, I agree. Like, she hasn't been wrong in what she has been saying and her feelings. And it's like, I agree with almost everything that Blanche was saying, about 85% of what she was saying, because I feel like a lot of people that are Team Swirl are going to say, okay, well, Kenya did this because of this. Like, it was a reaction to an action type thing. And every action doesn't need a reaction. And in that moment, I don't think it needed a reaction. I don't think that Kenya needed to react right away in that moment. Now, do I think that she should have reacted? Yeah. But do I think that it took what she did, the reaction that she did? No, I don't. So that's what I'm saying. Like, to tell me not to cut you off is a thing of me, like, agreeing with you. Like, I agree. I'm even Team Toro over here. I'm not. I can have a healthy dialogue with any person, and I agree with the things that people are saying and not understanding where King is coming from on this. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. And let me say this, because I think sometimes when it comes to anyone trying to have a conversation, in the words of Eminem, sometimes it gets knees weak, arms heavy like spaghetti energy. And sometimes, and I want to bring this up, right? Because it was said that, Brit, puts 20 on 10. I would like to say that sometimes, even though that may not be your intention, that doesn't mean it isn't someone else's interpretation. I do want to add that. So I think the interruptions on this panel are more of passion than heated fellowship, right? Of disrespect. I want to bring something up that Gigi said, that it was about Kenya's role. I get that Kenya has a role, right? We all have a role in life in some shape, form, or fashion. But when your energy impacts your humanity, right, of how you carry yourself with that role, I think that's where people have a problem, right? She could be the villain, but she should never forget her humanity as she's in that role, because there is a line there. I wasn't able to get to that part of your point before, but I wanted to bring that up because when you said that it's her role, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, hell, Barack Obama, it was the president of the United States, but he also had to respect the lines that were drawn, even though there were some fucked up ass lines. And really most of them were unnecessary. He could not let his energy dictate his movement in his role, because he understood the weight of the assignment.
I agree.
Agreed. And I can't really see you all's name.
I don't know. I can't say what to agree. Like, sorry, you can go ahead.
I didn't feel like you were like attacking me or any of that. Sometimes like what happened was I was still speaking and then you joined in, and I'm saying this as a person who I have to control myself when I'm just speaking to someone in person and I agree with what they're saying. I'll start talking while they're talking and cut them off. It's just something that we kind of do, but it's hard to do that when you're on this platform and we can't all hear each other. So I did not feel attacked or anything like that. Please don't.
Okay, well, that's good, because I didn't mean to like if you felt like I said, healthy dialogue, because I like when we can agree to disagree, and you had a different outlook on the conversation that we're having. I love when someone has a different outlook, because the only way that we can get understanding about the outlook and what's happening is if everybody agrees that it's not a conversation. It's just silent. Like, we all agree. That doesn't make sense. So I appreciate your commentary on this conversation, because I don't want you to agree with me, and I don't want to have to always agree with you. And I didn't mean to cut you off. So I do apologize if you felt like I was cutting you off, because that wasn't it. I was just like, it was kind of silent for a minute. So maybe it's a delay on me or whatever. But I like I said, I feel where you're coming from, because that wasn't cute. That wasn't cute. Like, who does that? You know what I'm saying? That wasn't cute.
Right.
And I actually don't disagree with you.
On New Jersey, I'm pretty sure, didn't they show Danielle P?
Hang on, Gigi, because you still sounding a little bit distorted, beautiful. Blanche, go ahead and respond to Pisces, because I think y'all were having a conversation.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with you all. I agree with you. Brit was doing way too much. She was. She came in hot, and I can understand Kenya being frustrated. I just wish that she had someone in her life to run that by, because she was in the heat.
And guess what? Were you done? I'm sorry.
Someone who could have told her, who could see that not be so short-sighted, can see that this is not going to end the way that you think that it is.
And you know what? I'm sorry. Were you there? Because I
No,
don't
I'm
want to
done.
cut you
Yes.
off.
No,
Okay. I
please don't
think
think
what
I'm trying to
happened
cut you off.
was
Sorry.
no, it's all good. Look, I think what happened was the people that was supposed to have her back, right? They kept, if you look in the episode, they didn't stop her from getting drinks. Those are the people that was like her crew, right? Because for me, I would have been like, okay, you don't need no more drink. You don't need no more tequila, reposado, or Don Julio, whatever you drinking, don't drink no more. Because I feel like if Kenya wouldn't have kept taking them shots, I think that Kenya was taking those shots to build it up because she knew that what she was about to do was about to be something that was not what it needed to be. That's why she needed that liquid courage. So I think that the team that she had behind her is the team that.
No, it's what he's saying. She needs counseling. She needs help. Like, if she's to do that, she has problems, you know? And Brit too. That's why she should be let go too. Because Brit has issues too, obviously. They both have issues.
They both. I'm sorry. Because I can go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
No, for sure. No, you're good, Gigi. Gigi, if you can. I know it's a very impassioned panel. But if you can let other people finish their point. And like I said, it's a very passionate, but okay. She was fine. I was just saying, because I feel like the chiming in is not so much in trying to agitate, but it's more of you have a good point and I want to contribute to that. So it wasn't, a bad thing at all. And, I do. And I think everybody's agreed.
Getting a delay. I keep getting a delay.
Wait, talk one more time.
It's good. It's better now.
Yeah, it's
very good now.
Yes, indeed. Whatever you did, just leave it there, child. Like a Grammy on a mantle. But no, to your point, Gigi, both of them have problems. But then again, we all have problems, right? Whether you are high up on the hill with problems that can be fixed with your resources that you've earned, or you're at the bottom of the hill with only the resources that you can gather, you still have to be responsible for what you do. Petty Pisces, go ahead, because I think you had a point that you were trying to make.
The only point I was trying to make is that I'm still Team Twirl, right? Sorry, Blanche. I am, but
I'm not against you all. I promise I'm not.
I know you're not. That was just me breaking the ice with you. I am literally like, I just want this to be where everybody's grown in this situation of the housewives. I'm talking about the housewives, right? Where everybody can kind of get through it, because I honestly believe that Brit I don't know what she's gonna do the rest of the season, but she might make herself a one and done if she keeps coming at the other ladies too. And that's the thing, because if she was just coming at Kenya, and she's still mentioning Kenya, but we'll see what happens tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. But if she keeps coming at these women, she's gonna put herself in a box where now nobody's really effing with her. What's her name? Kelly's not effing with her. Shamia's not effing with her because she apparently said some derogatory things about Shamia's daughter, which is crazy. You don't bring no kids in that. You get what I'm saying? You're showing your hand, and you're doing things because I don't know if she came in wanting to be the villain like Kenya said, or if she came in wanting to like come in hot, but she's not doing herself any service by being rude to people that's asking the questions that we want to know. How after 3 days did you all of a sudden lose your license, and then people pull up things and it's saying that you haven't been licensed since 2022 or 2023? It just is not adding up. So I think what Angela did by asking her that question, that was a legitimate question, because she had already told Shamia, oh, I lost my license, and then now it's like, no, it's under investigation. You're constantly lying. So alongside of the Kenya thing, Brit, you're not doing yourself any service. You're actually doing yourself a disservice if you still want to be on this platform. So let's take Kenya out of it. Kenya was wrong. But Kenya was wrong because somebody was antagonizing. That lady was antagonizing Kenya every episode. We seen it. Kenya went too far. And that's where I'm at. And if Team Twirl don't like me saying Kenya went too far, well then, oh well. She did. She took it and she did go to hell with it.
Right. And to your point, Petty Pisces, I think that's a wonderfully articulated point of, okay, you have had this moment with Kenya, but are you going to keep cooking the same item from the menu? Because now if you start making other menu items in turn, and y'all, it's a metaphor, so just walk with me here. If you make different menu items, if you go after other people, then guess what? You've now lost the plot because you've had people on your side for what happened to you, but now you're adding blood into the water for a shark attack when there doesn't have to be a shark attack upon you, in a metaphor type of sense.
Yeah, she's definitely making herself out to be not the victim, but she's making herself out to look like she is the problem. Because now Kenya's gone. You got a problem with all these people. What is your problem with everybody else now? So now you really, when you could have cleaned it up and just, if I was her, I would have rode the victim train and been like, I ain't gonna say nothing to nobody else. I'm not gonna get into it with people like that. I'm not gonna, somebody ask me a legitimate question that people will want to know because you are on.
But remember what she said. Remember what she said. She said she doesn't get along with women. Remember?
Well, yes.
She said she doesn't get along with females.
She don't get along with females. Exactly.
Like, listen to that. When I hear women say that, I know they're a big problem. So Kenya had a right to feel in a way threatened because those are the women who get in trouble.
She definitely had a right to feel. I'm sorry.
No, that's all.
She definitely had a right to feel like Kenya definitely had a right to feel a certain type of way. I just wish for Brit that Brit would just calm down, because somebody asking you that question, guess what? When you go and watch What Happens Live, those people are going to ask those same questions. Why did you go off on Angela? She just asked you, like, what was the cause? We all want to know those questions, those answers to those questions. So why are you snapping?
And why would you talk about that? Yeah, you notice how she brought it up? Like, why would you bring that up as one of your issues? Like, if I don't know, she better not be a fraud, because I don't know why housewives always have like the fraud, like everyone's a fraud for some reason.
In some shape, form, or fashion, I will agree and disagree with you, and I say that from my media point of view is because these casting people, the casting teams, they only know as much as the potential castmates are willing to give, right? So even if you crossed all your T's and dot all your I's, that doesn't mean that they've caught everything. So while it does seem like a pattern of behavior that there is a fraud in some shape, form, or fashion, there's only so much that the casting team can do.
They need to hire Black Twitter.
So sad.
Say that again, Black Twitter.
I said they need to hire Black Twitter, because Black Twitter finds everything. I don't know who they are.
You ain't never lied.
That part.
But they need to hire Black Twitter. They find all the old tweets, all the old videos, all of the investigations, like arrests. They find everything. But I'll also say this. Production dropped the ball. And I do agree with Kenya when I think that she felt like they weren't taking things seriously. Again, this is another thing. When this climate of mass shootings, not just being in schools anymore, and by the way, I'm a teacher, they're everywhere. And
Thank you for what you do.
God bless your soul.
Thank you. In this climate of mass shootings everywhere, you
don't take those words lightly.
Exactly. So I don't feel like they took it seriously, and because they realized that the viewer's response is really negative, even if you don't agree with what Kenya did, you can still say, but it shouldn't have even gotten that far, because that should have been addressed in a way that, I guess, it just wasn't addressed and handled in a way that the consequences were strong enough, in my opinion.
I feel like they could have just walked up to her and say, no, you got to stop that right now. They should have just walked up to her and say, stop that talk right away, right? No?
Yeah.
Because they're filming
and they
it.
probably did. That's why she came with the flowers and all of that. Because again, this woman who has probably had issues with girls her entire life because she feels like everyone is a hater. She doesn't get along with anyone. I'm sure that in the moment, she probably was not sorry, but when they sat her down and said, listen, if you don't fix this, you are off the show. That's when she's coming with the flowers and all that. And I also wonder,
I didn't think about it from that way.
Yeah, again, because she thought Kenya was against her. And I wonder if the producers tried to like broker a meeting between the two of them. Like, okay, we've spoken to her. She wants to apologize, like just one-on-one. Well, both of them.
I think Kenya
and then
probably
they can
was
move
like,
forward
nope.
with everyone. And Kenya was like, nah, I'm going to handle this my
Yeah,
own way because you all aren't taking
Yeah,
this seriously.
I believe that happened. I believe that Kenya was like, no, because at this point, like Kenya said, it was 3 days later or however long later that I feel like they came to Kenya and said they did this little mock, did you do it? Did you have a weapon? No. Okay, boom. So if I'm Kenya in this situation, right? I'll be like, well, y'all ain't checked for nothing. Y'all ain't do nothing. But now y'all gonna come back 3 weeks later. Of course, she ain't gonna have nothing on it. It's 3 weeks later. You get what I'm saying? So for me, I feel like you said, Blanche,
there
was a drop of the producers' ball. The producers dropped the ball.
Okay.
But the producers dropped the ball. They did. They dropped the ball on both ends of both of those ladies. Because I feel like when Brit went to Kenya's event, I feel like she was genuinely ready to receive whatever Kenya gave to her personally, if it was just a one-on-one. I think that if they would have had a one-on-one sit down and Kenya wouldn't have walked past her and been like, no. Now at this point, Kenya already just sat with it. She just stirred in it. She done got investigations done. She got all these pictures, all these photos, whatever. I feel like that producers should have jumped in, got them together within however long the time was, and got them together and let them sit down and talk together. Brit was ready to talk to Kenya at her event. For Kenya, it was too late. It was too late.
Agreed.
It was way too late.
I think that's
to me, when she went up to her, it seemed like she had a smirk. I don't know. She had like this weird smirk.
Wait, who was
Brit.
Brit always have a weird smirk. Brit is weird. I don't give a care what nobody said. Brit is not. She's a little different, okay? She is a little different. Even her mom, even if you look at like how her mom responded to her, how her husband gave her a hug like Kenya did. Her husband hugged her like Kenya did, and she don't have a problem with her husband.
You know what? I'll say this. From what I saw, I didn't, like I said, I really don't watch these shows most of the time. I only watch it for, you guys, my audience. And I find the humanity in the show and try to infuse soul into it through the review. To me, from what I saw, I didn't see Brit really give a smirk. Maybe if I go back, I might see it. But from what I saw, it seemed like she was trying her best to do that. And Gigi, I will say this to you. And to everybody, although producers could have tried to broker a peace, I think we've all dealt with this in our families and our friendships and everything in between. just because someone tries to make peace in the valley doesn't mean people want the space to open up for there to be peace. So producers could only do so much. Bravo could only do so much. At the beginning, middle, end of the day, it was up to both of those individuals to make it do what it do, or to not make it do what it not do.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Braylon. I really feel like at the end of the day, like you said, producers can only do so much. The network, all of them can only do so much. Here's my thing though. Kenya wasn't ready. Kenya was not ready to accept nothing. Not a flower, not a card, not an apology, not a sit down, not a nothing. And she wasn't. And rightfully so. Like, I'm not blaming Kenya for feeling like I ain't about to talk to this broad. She didn't already dress with whips and pistols and all that. I get that. I just feel like at the end of the day, both of the ladies, I feel like they're somewhere in between the Kenya Moore hair care grand opening event and the mention at the bank of the whips and the things. There could have probably been something, but the reason why today that I figured out it probably couldn't have been anything, because Kenya did showed us that she actually called the police. She said she actually talked to production, and when it didn't happen, I think that the police recording, in my opinion, Gigi, Kenya's a producer. I don't think those was real. I don't think that she actually. I don't think that she actually called nobody, not no police. But I do believe that she did talk to production, and that's why I say production should have gotten involved, because production is there. They're filming herself, saying that take this off of me. I don't want to be here. Production knew what was happening. Somebody, a cameraman, a camera lady, somebody knew what Brit had said. So they dropped the ball of getting something, intervention or a talk or something in between that time. So the police,
I would think that the production staff, you would have to see what the people are gonna post on the on live, quote unquote.
No.
No.
You ain't gotta listen to what nobody posts. You're there in the moment. You are recording. How did we see her say that? Who's behind the camera? Somebody that's on production or somebody that works for Bravo Universal, NBC Universal, for us to be able to hear, see, and everything that was happening, what she said. So if I'm the camera person, I could be like, no, she really did say this. You get what I'm saying? So no, it's not about waiting on no internet or nothing like that. In the moment, somebody that works for Bravo or NBC Universal heard what this lady said because they caught it on camera.
I will definitely agree with y'all on that. Most of the time when you're doing production in the world of reality TV, sometimes you're doing 12 to 14 hour days, and most of these reality shows, they film, the year before. And so when you watch it, it feels like it's in real time because you're watching it in real time. I want to catch up on some of the comments here. Sean Grissom says, you threaten me, there is no peace, just stay away from me. IYKYK. And then Talk Trufa Ja, y'all need a life. Listen,
and he's on here typing that to us.
I was about to say, we have actually had a very productive conversation, or have a productive conversation, and we'll continue and finish this productive conversation.
Those people don't need to even be addressed. They hate watch.
And I want to address that because, to me, to come into somebody's chat where if you actually back it up to the beginning, or even if you got to the part at the beginning of this panel, you will actually look like a dumbass, because we have people up here that are Team Twirl and Team Accountability, and it has been nothing but a love, grace, and space conversation, and we've been talking about how the assignment is bigger than reality TV, and how the implications could be impactful and what lessons we can learn from this. So, like Gigi said, it's interesting that you type that comment of y'all need a life, but yet you're here. So
I just want to say two more
People
things.
get bored. People get bored.
They do.
I just want to say two more things.
Sure.
One, I live in the Atlanta area, and if you own a pistol and you are going on Bankhead and you are getting out of your car, you absolutely bring your pistol with you. They absolutely had a pistol in that car if they own one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
At least in their car. Number two, the reason why I brought up being a teacher, and I meant to bring this up in my first commentary, was that in terms of like losing the plot and how now like people are so divided in terms of like being fans, but we're also seeing this reality show culture in real life. I was speaking to one of a couple of months ago, because what we're now seeing in schools, these parents are coming up to school and they are raging, cursing, getting arrested. Now you have a restraining order and you cannot attend anything at the school. Not an award ceremony, a conference, anything. And again, I've been teaching 20 years. I didn't see this 20 years ago.
You can't.
It is unbelievable. And now people have this, they see this stuff on Love and Hip Hop or whatever else. People can have an argument, tear up the place, have these adult tantrums, and they don't face consequences. What they don't get
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what they don't get is that
it's violence.
They have permission from that restaurant. That's why they showed the restaurant before they go in. They have permission to do that. In real life, you get arrested. In real life, you lose your job. In real life, the person might retaliate and you lose your life.
Blanche, can I say this?
Yeah.
I said, I have four boys, right? My youngest is 15. I have a 17-year-old, a 19-year-old, and my son turned 23 today, right? My oldest. So I'm going to tell you this. When it comes down to the school situation, I hate going to the schools now. Now, when my 23-year-old was like in high school and stuff like that, I would go to the schools. My 19-year-old, he just graduated last year, go to the schools. 17-year-old, 15-year-old, I don't even like going to the events, the football games and all of that no more, because guess what? These parents come up there and they be waiting. Like, we go to the games, and if their kid got a problem with another kid, they come up there ready to fight the parents or the child at the school. I'm like, wait, this is what we doing? Like, that shit gets, excuse me, I didn't mean to curse, but that stuff gets out of control.
Yeah.
It gets out of control.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
and that's why I was saying
other children.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I was saying, I understand when people are saying, I can relate it back to that. What Kenya did, if this girl's sister's, like she said, her sister just to fight for her, right? If this girl's sisters decided to come up and want to fight Kenya, if Kenya would have still been there, or even if they go to BravoCon or whatever, or if they go to the reunion, she could bring her sisters there. And Kenya could be there, and then now her sisters like, you did this, like they got revenge. I don't like that narrative. And that's why I'm saying, I understand what you're saying. Like, a lot of the times working at schools and things, that's hard. I don't even know, like, God bless all the teachers, because I couldn't. But I'm telling you, that situation leading back to what we were originally talking about the King situation, it could be where she has her sisters come in and want to, you know, talk to King, but not really talk to Kenya. Like Dr. said,
maybe she's the bad girl. She's the new bad girl.
Well, that's obvious. I mean, look at what she's doing. And at the end of the day, like I said, that's why alongside of everything that happened with Kenya and Brit is not helping her point by being the one that's popping off still. you're still popping off on everybody else, and everybody else is there at a brunch for you.
No, that's her
And now you're
role.
popping
That's
off
her
on them.
role. Her role's to be like that. Like she's mean. Like right. She's
I don't
that's
know.
her.
But she doesn't get that Kenya still had redeeming qualities. Yes, she was an agitator and all of that, but she still had redeeming qualities. Brit has none. Have we seen one redeeming quality out of this one?
Not at all.
I don't even know why is she on the show? Like, what does she do?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? If I may. No, you're good. You're good. If I may, I do believe that sometimes when you've never been in a space that you have never navigated through, I always say this at the end of every evening edition of our virtual tour live: know what you do and do what you know, right? There are some men and women that maybe they don't get along with their own gender because maybe they've had experiences. Now, within that same token, okay, after a while, you do have to take accountability. So is Brit right for not being able to get along with women? No. But can there be experiences that can, cause gates to rise up? Absolutely. So, just wanted to add that to the.
Well, I'm going to tell you as a woman, and I know the other women on the panel, any woman who refers to other women as females and then say they don't get along with them, they are absolutely the problem. Have you ever met a man who says, I don't get along with other men? They are absolutely, hands down, 100% of the time, the problem.
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with you. I just want to add that part to it. Because, everybody has had a different experience in life where, how you have moved determines how you give. You know what I mean? But I agree with you, though, that, most of the time, how you carry yourself determines how you are received. So I fully agree with that.
I address women as such. Oh, I can't stand that. I can't stand her. And if I really can't stand you and you really did something to me, I'll be like, I can't stand that bitch. Or I'll be like, you know what? I'm not gonna argue with this lady. I'm not gonna argue with this woman. But when you call and I say that I'm not gonna argue with this female, like it's like a disconnect there. Somewhere, like, what do you mean? It might not sound like a bad thing, right? And Blanche, if I'm lying, Gigi, if I'm lying, when you say female, it sounds like you're disassociating yourself with all of women, period. Like,
really? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
You said you're Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it might be just like an American thing.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but I think it's like an American thing.
It definitely is. When they use it in that context of, I don't get along with females, like you just said, usually when women use that term, and especially in that context, like you just explained it perfectly. It's like they're disassociating themselves. I'm a woman and they are females.
No, here's the thing. I can look at it from two perspectives, because I find sometimes, because I'm very logical and men tend to be logical. So I'm very logical. So I'll get along with men in terms of getting things done. But that's the essence of being a woman, But everyone's personality is different.
Yeah.
And so I get along with men, but
but that's different than a woman
women.
who
I
says
can never sit there and say that as a woman, So I get her point, but when women say that to me, it means something. Something's off.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect with women.
And I appreciate you ladies giving that context, because the one thing to know and two things for sure about me, I can only give commentary based off of what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? So to everybody on the replay gang, and to everybody here, I try my very best in my commentary to give soul.
And just for the fact that she said it, why did she have to say that?
Because she's setting up for whenever, for when she gets to the point where every person on the cast is against her. It's I don't get along with females.
There you go.
Yep.
And then you know what? You know what I also think? We're gonna have to wait a couple of months to see what BravoCon looks like. A few months, right? I feel like she's gonna come in so hot. And you know how they have that segment where it's like the assassins, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna want to be on that panel. She's gonna want to be on every panel that she can be on. And like I said, this ain't got nothing to do with Kenya Moore. It's about the self-sabotaging that Brit is doing right before our eyes. She's self-sabotaging. She really is, and she doesn't have to, because now the person that you had the most issue with, for whatever reason, I mean, and I'm just saying, in my opinion,
she might end up being the queen of the show. Watch.
No, I don't see her being the queen of the show. Angela will be, or Kelly will be, but I'm telling you, and Shamia is already that girl.
No,
what's her name?
Brit
is at the bottom right now, and she's looking like a bottom feeder in a crab in a barrel, and that's what she's looking like, and she's doing it to herself. Nobody else can do it to you, but if half the cast right now is not effing with you in this present day, and they're not effing with you, who's the problem?
No, that's a very good point. Also, too, I when you were saying the Shade Assassins panel, I was originally thinking of, I hope that she doesn't get on a panel where the fans can ask questions, because
she will. She's arrogant.
She's too impulsive.
Those fans, and let me tell you something. The fans at BravoCon, I feel like, are way worse than the commentators on YouTube. Because let me tell you something. Some of them have no clue. They don't need no liquid courage. They got the courage of their soul to go for it. You know what I mean? And I wanted to ask y'all this, because, you know, BravoCon has been, actually before that, let me catch up on Sean's comment, then I'll ask y'all this question. Sean Grissom says Brit is a problem. She belongs to Love and Hip Hop, and then from her video, she says she does have an accent because she grew up around white people. Her attitude's nasty. So with those comments caught up, would y'all be down for it? Now, I don't know if this is going to happen, so this is just a prediction. So that's Braylon prediction combined in one word. Would y'all be down for a taped reunion of the Real Housewives of Atlanta from BravoCon? Because I don't think they've ever done a cast reunion for any one of these shows that they've taped it.
That's what I was saying. I was saying they should do an old all-star Housewives.
Well, not so much an all-star Housewives, but like, you know, the reunions that we see from these shows. I'm talking about at the end of the season, instead of taping it, you know, in New York City on a set, that they actually tape the Real Housewives of Atlanta reunion in front of a live audience.
And that would be amazing.
Yeah, something. They need like people like who think like that.
I will be here for it only because I know that the audience is going to ask the questions that Andy won't ask. And I will be here for them, because Kenya can't run away off stage if they ask her about Cynthia. She didn't want to talk about Cynthia. Cynthia is definitely going to be at BravoCon. But the only reason why I wouldn't be here for it is because if they do a tape reunion at BravoCon, Kenya might not be invited, and she needs to be there.
Mm-hmm.
If they do a tape a reunion at BravoCon. But that's the only way I will be here for it, where Andy's not the only one asking the questions, and Kenya's there, and she has to be accountable for why you're not talking to Cynthia. Cynthia told you right, because if I was your friend, I would have been like, girl, I might have did it off a camera or however. It doesn't matter. I still would have been like, no, this ain't cool. So if Kenya ain't gonna be there, I don't think that they need to do a tape reunion. But however, I do feel like they do need to get a different person to host or co-host the reunion with Andy for this
That
season
part.
because of what's happening. And you know who I think they should get? Candy.
And you know what?
Mm,
That would be good because she has the ability to be unbiased. She knows the show. She knows most of the women.
that is
I
true.
would love a live reunion for the simple fact that we wouldn't have to have this 3 week long 3 week.
Right.
Yeah, just like they're dragging it out and they're cutting parts
Right.
and the people are like, yeah, I said this, but they didn't show it. No, it is live. You can't cut anything. It might be an hour. It might be an hour and a half, and we don't have to wait waste 3 weeks of our time.
Right.
Exactly.
And not to mention too, because they're at BravoCon, they could now, of course, reunions, from a closed set, they can go from up to 12 hours, because if you watch a Bravo reunion, they will show you the time that they got to the set, and it's usually around 6 o'clock in the morning. So if they taped the reunion, let's just say they taped the 3-part reunion, right? They could tape it Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and then they could drop all 3 episodes
On Sunday.
And Sunday, correct, on Bravo. Let me tell you something. From a programming standpoint, I know why they drag out each week, but because of the momentum, yes, I did that. Don't at me. The momentum. I believe that people will sit or lay at the house and watch 3 back-to-back episodes of part 1, part 2, and part 3 of Row this season because of what's happening.
I've done it on just with BravoCon regular. I've watched it, like binge watched it on Peacock. I've watched like 3 hours of BravoCon or 2 hours of BravoCon on Peacock. So I would definitely tune in for like a BravoCon reunion. I would definitely do that. But like I said, bring in Candy, because Candy knows the ins and the outs. She knows that Ken's her friend, but she don't really know the other girl, but she can definitely ask the questions that need to be asked, and everybody respects Candy.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying?
Very, very true. It's very difficult to hear anyone have a take on Candy that is not of good. DT, long time no hear or see. Welcome in.
Hello, hi everybody. How are we?
Good.
Hi.
We just
Happy
been up
Easter
here.
Sunday from my part of the world.
Yes,
now officially Easter Sunday.
Well, happy Easter Sunday to you. Been drinking my water, minding our cultural business, and going on tour. Per usual.
Absolutely.
That's as you get to know me, I have my signature phrases and statements over here. DT, welcome in. And how are you taking in what Kenya Moore had to say, and how have you been taking in this tour that we're on and the discussion we've been having up to this point?
I think this was the thing. I already felt like Brit was already on that. Let me reword this properly. First of all, yes, Kenya did what she did, and I'm not condoning it. It wasn't a good move in any way, shape, or form. I do think the mature way to handle that would have been an actual conversation face to face. However, I do feel like Brit got away with it. I do feel like Brit got away with talking about, having the pow on her person and using it to a certain extent to threaten Kenya. I do feel like that, and I do also feel like she was protected by production, because now you've got people like Cynthia now doing interviews talking about how Brit didn't do anything wrong and there was nothing wrong she did and blah blah blah. And then when Kenya was like, I'm not going to mention Cynthia, and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't too. Because how are you my best friend and then you go on like television shows defending the one person that, basically threatened me with a power. That's how I feel so far.
Has Cynthia been doing that? Again, I don't follow everything, but has she been saying that Brit wasn't wrong?
Well,
She's been
no,
on,
because
not
she just did an interview with Carlos King and that girl from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Krista Mitkoff, or whatever her name is.
Yes.
She never said that Brit wasn't wrong. She said what Brit did was wrong.
But there
She
was an
definitely
interview
said
before
that.
There was an interview before that one.
Yeah, but she never said that Brit wasn't wrong. She said that what Brit did was wrong, but she held her friend more accountable because she felt like her friend was above that.
Correct.
And like I said, I'm Team Twirl. I watched all these interviews. She went on page 6, Cynthia did. She went on all these interviews and she's held Kenya to a higher standard, yes. But she's never said that Brit wasn't wrong.
Thank you for that context, Bay Pisces. Now, DT, let me ask you this, right? Let's keep it a buck, right? Because yourself, myself, Betty Pisces, Blanche Neverhold, our virtual audience in the live chat, and to the people in the bushes and the replay game that's come, this is not a normal set of circumstances that any of us will be in, right? So, playing it from Cynthia Bailey's side, the question was going to get asked anyway. This is reminding me just a little bit, follow me here, of when Robin Roberts was on the second floor of Times Square Studios, and it was Chris Brown performing on Good Morning America. For those of you who know that moment, you know what I'm about to say. And so there was a topic that was hot that Chris Brown and Rihanna got into it. And, Chris said, I'm here to talk about this album, and did not want to talk about it. But Robin Roberts, being the journalist that she is, and understanding the assignment that this is happening, and it's one of those things where I know you don't want to talk about it, but it's in the timeline of the culture or the TLC. I have to do what I have to do. And then right after that, Chris Brown threw a chair through one of the windows at Times Square Studios. So I say that situation to say this. If Cynthia Bailey said she didn't want to talk about it, and Patty Pie says you can let me know because I think you watched the interview. I think Cynthia Bailey said, if I did say anything, damned me. But if I do say something, damned me. So how should Cynthia?
She did say, damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Right. So how is she going to go about that when she's a prominent figure and this situation is prominent in the culture? If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. Sense. I get where you're coming from with that. Yeah.
I wonder if it's a matter of she said Brit was wrong, but what she did didn't warrant Kenya's response.
I think that was what I was alluding to. That's what I was alluding to.
And I got a little flustered earlier when I was saying, what I was trying to say with Brit, her consequences were not severe enough. And I think that is a huge issue in this. And because they determined that you didn't break any policies. If you don't have a policy that says a cast member cannot threaten another cast member with weapons, then you need to have one.
Well, apparently there is a clause that does say that. But that's why Kenya was so upset because the clause was like, oh, so you're just gonna go and wipe somebody down and not really wipe them down. Like you're gonna act like what she did wasn't that detrimental.
What
At the
what
end of the day,
I'm
when
sorry.
we go to work as grown people, when we go to work, I'm not going to work and threatening. No, it shouldn't even have to be in a clause. It should be as adults. I'm not gonna go and threaten you with a pow pow. You get what I'm saying?
Correct.
So that's what I
Hmm.
feel like. That's why I feel like she messed up because even though you're saying, oh, it may not be in the clause, or they saying it's not in the clause, but common sense should tell you you don't go and say I got a pow pow. You get what I'm
Agreed.
Yeah,
saying?
I agree, and that's why I feel like Bravo's trying to protect Brit. If I'm being really honest,
Yeah.
the
If you
fact
know,
that
oh, I'm sorry.
yeah. Oh no, no, continue, Blanche. Sorry.
I thought, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh no, no, it's okay.
Okay.
I'll finish my
If you,
point after.
okay. If you notice, Andy said because she did not have, it was determined that she did not have a weapon on her, so she did not break one of their policies. They didn't say she didn't threaten her. They said because she didn't have a weapon on her, that is their policy. And I'm saying you can't threaten someone with a weapon as well. If you go back to that Watch What Happened Live, I noticed that he was very specific in saying she did not have a weapon with her. That's why she did not violate the policy.
Correct. No, absolutely. Hang on.
And I get it,
But it should have
but
been a violation.
you can't. Okay, I'm gonna drop down and then come back in.
Okay, all good.
Okay.
StreamYard, and sometimes it's all good.
Yeah. But in saying that, I do think yes, yes, it was right that Kenya was held accountable for having those images, in such a way. But I do feel like Blanche had mentioned before, Brett got the lighter end of the consequences. And I felt like both should have been held accountable for their actions. And just because it was determined that they didn't have a pow on their person, if we actually go back to the scene and where she says, I've got it on me, or where she's actually threatening, I can't remember the exact words, but where she's actually saying it in that way, that doesn't, that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. I have a question. And I've said this before, that I stopped watching Atlanta. The Bolo season was my last season. I just saw these 2 episodes. But the last one I just saw, I actually feel like they have a pretty solid cast. I like Angela. I like, what's her name? Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
I like Shamia. Even Drew, with she and her husband. And every time they're having a conversation, it's a complete lie off. Mm-hmm. I like holding. They're not letting anyone just slide, especially Portia. She's trying to be all secret squirrel because she's embarrassed about this divorce, but they're like holding her to account. Like, no, you're not going to just show up and be cute and skirt. No, we're going to ask you questions and you have to open up. I think they have a pretty solid cast. I don't like Brit, but the other ones are pretty solid. I might actually finish watching this season.
And you know what? I agree with you in this fact that I think, and this always happens with anything in media, culture, and entertainment, And believe me, media and entertainment are two completely different worlds. Okay, please don't try the media and the social media if you know what's good for you. I say that with love, grace, and space. I think that while on paper it did seem right from just sight, it seems right by viewing it. Right, it's just like a pain. You know, you hear about pain from a friend, but you don't gain the understanding of the pain until you actually see it. I will say this: I do think with Brit. I do like the fact that, you know, she did talk about her mom having, you know, bipolar. I do like the fact that, you know, she, you know, has her situation with her sisters. That there's some struggle there, because sometimes we don't really get to hear that. Like I said, I know everybody feels their way about Brit. But from what I have seen, I do appreciate the fact that Brit does open up that side, because you would think somebody who, you know, has a opulent lifestyle wouldn't have any struggle. So I can at least say that for myself. And sometimes you have to let people not play themselves out, but you have to let the song play through in full. I do believe that, you know, tomorrow people are going to tune in. Even Team Twirl is going to tune in.
Yes, they
to see
will.
what the end of the season is going to be. So it always boggles my mind, even when people were holding Brit to when people were holding Brit to the cross. I'm like, you know what's going to happen? Y'all going to watch next week, and y'all going to be pissed off about something next week. Like, cut the bullshit.
I think that's the thing. That's the thing. People watch, you know, some people watch because they want to watch, and others watch because they hate watch. I haven't been watching since Nene wasn't on the show, so I wasn't even watching season 13. Pardon me. You know, when Nene shut down that computer screen, that's when I stopped watching RHOA, and I've just been, you know, watching the reviews. But no, I will say I do like Shamir. I think Shamir's got a solid character, and got a solid storyline on her, you know, on the show. And I think she's really good. And I do agree with Blanche, you know, when she mentioned that, you know, people are holding Portia accountable to what happened with the marriage, because it's absolutely true. I mean, considering, you know, all these different things happening, you know, Simon being, you know, arrested, and, you know, Portia still being inside the house, etc. You know, people are like, so what's going on? Why have you not moved on? So yeah, I totally agree.
And you know, to that point, I think the thing that really pissed me off about Portia was she was on Tamron Hall, and Tamron Hall was doing her job, and Portia went on the Breakfast Club, and, you know, it was a conversation about Tamron Hall, and Portia said that, you know, Tamron Hall, you know, is hit and miss, or hit and messy, or to something of that degree. And I think the thing that really pissed me off was Portia Williams said that she was a journalist.
She is in the world of journalism. Love it.
Right. That part. And so I was
like, I mean, on what grounds? On what grounds?
Right. So,
and bear in mind, I used to be a Portia fan. Right. Bear in mind, I used to be a fan of Portia.
Right. So from that point of view, it frustrated me when Portia, who's about, you know, bringing people together and empowerment, and, you know, trying to, you know, utilize the power of connections to create elevations. And that's
there she go.
And that's actually putting a lot more confetti on the cake than it needs to be. But still, you're getting upset over Tamron Hall, who has put in the groundwork from Texas to all these different stations, where there was a 99.9% chance of her not making it as a journalist, to then make it to MSNBC, and to have one of the strongest, longest, and most watched shows called News Nation with Tamron Hall, and then becoming the third host on the Today Show, only to get fired, but then come back, and now she has found her new lane, as a daytime talk show host and as an Emmy award-winning journalist and host. And meanwhile, you have the Black Dancing, Black Parks, and Black Imagination to say that she's hit a mess when you went on her platform to talk about your mess.
I think that with Portia, when it comes down to being on Tamron Hall, being back on Housewives, because between that time, Portia was saying that she was a journalist, which was comical for me. I'm not a Portia hater. I'm just not the biggest fan of Portia, and I used to be. This is when I didn't really mess with Kenya, because I felt like, Kenya, you antagonized that girl. She dragged you, and hey, you can't tell people, don't be speaking to me in a megaphone and think I'm not gonna snatch you up. Now, what I feel with Portia this season is she's making up fake beefs. One with her best friend. Two with Drew, because you don't want Drew to film with your baby daddy. And it doesn't make sense to me. I feel like Portia could have came up in here like how Kenya did. Kenya did swirl in and was trying to be nice. Portia, you came up in here first episode late, stole your friend's spotlight, tried to at least. And then you come up in here and then you go off on Drew about filming with your baby daddy, who you didn't even care about for the last 2 years because you stole somebody's husband. And that's why I love Kelly. Because Kelly was like, why'd you steal that girl man? Until Portia can answer that, and I have watched her YouTube channel. I like her YouTube channel. It's real cute. It is what it is, right? But if she's not gonna answer the question as to why you stole that lady's man husband, I just don't have a lot for Portia.
No, and I think that's totally understandable because my big thing with Portia was, I think it was a Watch What Happens Live, and Andy was asking Portia, would she ever come back to Housewives? And Portia said, that you said to me that I'm just taking a little rest, and I care about my mental health, this, that, and the third. So what I said on Brainley's Virtual Tour Live was, Portia, if you come back to Housewives and you snatch your own self up by your own bullshit, you cannot blame this on mental health this time. You cannot blame it on the fans. You cannot blame it on the cast. You cannot go here. You cannot go there. You cannot go anywhere. Portia Williams, you are.
Come on, Dr. Seuss.
Thank you very much. Reading is fundamental. In the words of UNICEF, a mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. Some do it more than others, but that's neither here nor there. But
absolutely,
she introduced herself as Portia Grobadia, so it is what it is.
I mean, listen, I literally said, Portia Grobadia, and bad was in the last name. What do you want me to do? You married somebody who had bad in their last name, so like, and I think I might have gotten some flack for that, but I'm like, anybody else could have pointed that out, right? Like, stop. Just stop. Like, if you can read and I can read, like, cut the bullshit.
I think Portia signed on to the show thinking that she was going to give Shamia, married to this rich African, showing this fabulous life. And when it fell apart, now her narrative is, oh, I didn't know this about him. I can't believe, there was so much I didn't know about him. And who did I really marry? And it was like, girl, Tamron Hall told you you should not be marrying this man because you didn't know him. The one thing you did know about him is you saw his character and the way that he treated his ex-wife, and you were okay with that. And now that he's doing the exact same thing to you, you're acting shocked. I don't want to hear this. Who did I marry? Oh, I can't believe it. He just, so much is being revealed. That is what happens when you are in a relationship with someone for a period. That mask, and they can only have that veil on for so long. But you didn't give that time.
Yeah.
She don't even know her real last name, because Simon's real last name, do we know that it's Guabadia? So now you're going by Guabadia still at this time because you're still legally married. You don't even know your real last name. So for you to sit up here and question what Drew's doing with your baby daddy, to question Kenya's loyalty or Kenya's truth, until you know your real last name, stop talking to us.
And my thing was, when it came to that and using Pilar as a pawn, I'm just like, last time I checked, Drew is grown and Dennis is grown and Dennis is single, and everybody's got the right to make $1.15. And haven't you filmed with people, Portia, that other people can't stand, but yet somehow through love, grace, and space, you were able to make it work? So pop me kettle. I have a live look into Portia Williams' mind just for 1 minute. Hang on.
It's not just feeding the hungry only on Thanksgiving. It's an everyday situation. You know what I mean? This is 265 days a year.
That is funny. 265 days. Where the hell that bitch live at?
It's not.
I'm the one that asked you yesterday if you could replay that, because that is so funny. Under the comments, my real name, Andrea Rogers, and I asked you to replay that, and you replayed it, and I was like, that is so funny, because that's what we get from Portia still right now in 2025, 2024, 2025.
Andrea, aren't you C Diggy One's like moderator?
I knew who you were.
Goodness.
Yeah, I knew who you were. I knew exactly who you were.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But that's why I was like, I respect your opinion, because I always see your opinions. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not about to block her. I'm not about to, because as a moderator, you can do that. And I'm like, everything that you're saying is true. I'm not going to block you or time you out or nothing like that, because you're not saying nothing disrespectful. You're very opinionated and you say what you got to say. And yeah.
There's no need for that. You can be opinionated. You can even criticize someone but when people start talking about people's looks and using derogatory terms, like you can be critical of Kenya and not discuss her skin, or
exactly,
and calling her a slut or whatever. Like all of that is unnecessary.
As I often say, everybody has been rejected and everybody eventually has been accepted by who they need to be accepted by.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I will say this. Oh, exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry. I was just going to say, I will say this though. I do think, I don't know if everybody's in agreement with me here. I do think Portia is an intelligent woman, but I also do think that the intelligence is not growing and not showing as well as in the potential that it should be.
It stopped at like 15.
I mean, it really stopped when she was trying to describe the Underground Railroad. But
well, yeah, that would probably be about like upper elementary. I teach elementary, and yeah, that is a very basic fact.
Yeah.
In 265 days.
Now, here's how we will really know if what DT's saying is true. I'm going to just put up a question to the panel. and say whatever answer you feel. Braylon Lee as a co-anchor of Good Morning America or Portia Williams as a co-anchor of Good Morning America. Y'all go around and give y'all take. Blanche, who do you think would surprise you the most, and who would you want? Be completely honest.
Well, I would want you, and I would be surprised if Portia could actually keep up an intelligent conversation with them about like a serious topic, not hot topics. If she could actually join in and be a part of a conversation that wasn't about pop culture and actually make sense, that would surprise me.
Okay, thank you, Blanche. DT, Braylon Lee as co-anchor of Good Morning America or Portia Williams as co-anchor of Good Morning America?
I personally would have you as co-anchor, and I would be very surprised if Portia could make, comments on political matters that isn't related to hair.
Okay. Betty Pisces. I'm not, in the words of Melody Cherie, I'm not about to play the piano with you. Betty Pisces.
Okay.
Who would you want as co-anchor of Good Morning America? Myself, Braylon Lee, or Portia Williams? And who would surprise?
Who I would want versus who they would choose would be you, because obviously you can honestly have a conversation that's unbiased. So I would choose you because Portia ain't gonna answer no questions. But who they would choose would probably be Portia just because of her status. But I would choose you because of the unbiasedness of your conversation.
Thank you very much to the three of you. And listen, I know what y'all thinking in the chat and the bushes of replay game. Really, Brand, they're on your panel. They're not gonna go against you. No, that's not true. We're not.
No, I said what I said. I would literally choose you because it's the unpopular opinion, but I know that she would get chosen.
Yeah.
Just because of her name. You get what I'm saying? So, there's people in the chat that's gonna have a different opinion of what we have, and that's fine. Like, all opinions are welcome as long as y'all hit the like button, the subscribe, and all of that. That's cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want Portia getting on there embarrassing Black women and her family. Because again, I live in the Atlanta area, and that is a very significant nonprofit here. So yeah, she needs to stay off panels that are discussing GDP and economic policy and foreign relations. Absolutely not.
Look, if the topic is on cornmeal and corn-fed booties and how to make your hair grow in 13 days, I'll definitely listen to Portia. But if it is on an international crisis, I will probably go somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't want to hear Portia talking about. And let me be clear. Everybody has a reason to speak on anything political that's going on over here. We all can have a thought, a discussion about it, but Portia is not going to be my go-to girl for political commentary or anything serious. Her YouTube channel, it's cute. It is. Let her, stay over there. And I've watched it. I've subscribed to it. I liked it because I seen she was just on there with her mama, who used to be the never hoe from back in the day, or the Deborah hoe from back in the day. You get what I'm saying? She was a Blanche Denver hoe back in the day, and I like Miss Diane, but she just was who she was, and she raised who she raised. And if you go over there and you watch it, you can tell why Portia is the way that she is. Portia ain't gonna change, but I don't want to hear nothing political from that girl. She can keep doing her mukbangs and all of that, and then I like the little cutesy stuff from her because she's ditzy. So when she's
Yeah,
doing those things, that's right in her lane. You get what I'm saying?
exactly.
That's right in her
I
lane.
agree.
Her being ditzy.
Yes.
So
Did you
I'm
say
cool with that.
Did you say Blanche
I
Yes.
said Blanche.
from the Golden Girls?
I'm doing a play off of Blanche's Neverho,
Yeah.
which is Blanche Devereux from
Exactly.
Golden Girls.
I was
You
going
get
to
what
say
I'm saying?
because there's
Yeah.
Yeah.
a comic line that's said in an episode. I will say it for you now. Condoms, Rose, condoms.
Oh, I remember that episode.
Yes. Yes. And that was in the 80s, baby. So Portia got to figure it out. She fall in love too quick. She gets into it with these guys
Absolutely.
too quickly. I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't bring people around your children that fast, and she does it all the time. And she got a daughter, and it's despicable how she tried to fight her baby daddy mama, hit her with a boom mic. Like, it's just too much. Portia do too much. But her YouTube thing right now, I think it's cute because she can be her little ditzy self, and we all know what to expect from Portia. But I don't want to hear nothing political from her.
But I will say that Portia is smart enough to know her lane.
Yeah.
She
That I
does
can
know her
agree
lane.
with. I
Yeah.
totally agree with that.
And because there are a lot of people who do not. There are enough people on podcast mics and everything else discussing topics that they have no baseline knowledge of.
Absolutely.
So she's smart enough to know her lane. I'm sure I never watched Dish Nation. That's never been my thing, but I'm sure she was good on there.
She was okay.
She was funny.
She was funny on there. But they kept her in the lane of don't do too much, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they kept her in her lane, and at the end of the day, like you said, she knows her lane and she does what she needs to do in the lanes that she's in. You get what I'm saying? But Portia is not my go-to girl for anything serious. You know how, like, you come off of work and you just like, I just want to, just kiki, laugh, and have a good time. She's a fun girl. She is a fun girl where you can be like, did she really just say that? And be like, all right, but she's on her own channel. She's not trying to come to me, talking to me about world and life things. That's fine with me. So that's why I like her YouTube channel, because she's just sitting up there with a bunch of goddamn Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean, not a Church's Chicken, or she's there with a bunch of seafood in front of her. You get what I'm saying? Like, she doing that. She doing little cute things for her daughter and stuff with her mama and all of that. That's cute. That's your lane. And I like that for her.
Yeah.
But anything else from Portia, she's not telling us really nothing. You're crying about Simon not talking to your daughter, but he don't even know your daughter. And your daughter really does have a daddy that's there to pick her up. You showed it on your YouTube channel. He's there picking her up, doing what he needs to do. She don't need no Simon. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Exactly. And Portia and Dennis had the potential to be good co-parents to Pilar. They had the potential to be good co-parents, but the fact of the matter is she's getting blowing her top off over Drew, recording with him, and it's just like, what is the point?
But they are still good co-parents because we just seen it on her YouTube channel. They still are co-parenting well, but what Portia did in that scene was basically just for the scene. Like, she needs a storyline. She has nothing without Dennis. And Dennis is funny. But the problem is Dennis is funny.
Yeah, and Portia was the funny one. Like, the way that Brit is and the way that Shamia's, Portia's always been funny, like her or not. She's been the fun girl, and she's not doing that this season. So if
Yeah,
you're not giving us funny, you're also not giving us the reality of what you're really living. She's just showing up and being cute.
Right, and also
If
Yeah.
she shows up
when
at
that
all.
and also too when that conversation happened, I'm like, Portia, question: do you have a attachment issue? Because I just, far be it from me to give an opinion, but you put it on national television, or you gave it for it to be aired on national television, or the potential to be aired on national television. If this was any other man, would you feel the same way? Because the music
No.
industry, is a very big industry, but it's a small pond. So there are producers who have worked on multiple albums, just like there are producers that have worked on multiple TV shows and, producers that worked on multiple films. So it's just like, are you really big mad about, what he's doing, or are you big mad at the fact it's him working with
I think she's big mad that if Dennis works with Drew, it's taking away from what she could be filming with, because Dennis was funny when he said, well, when we were doing this, she wasn't worried about me. She was over in Africa eating fufu. She's missing those big moments.
He's not.
It was
He's
funny.
not wrong though. He's not wrong.
Not wrong. He wasn't wrong. So those are moments that she's missing because she wants to be in her feelings about what? Why are you mad?
I don't think
Exactly.
she's really mad. I think it's, again, I was supposed to be giving Shamia and I'm not. So now this is going to be my storyline.
Because ultimately,
That's facts. That's facts.
Yeah. Because ultimately, she is jealous of the fact that Shamia has an amazing husband, a beautiful daughter, a very wealthy lifestyle, and still, is still able to do what she's able to do.
Oh no, absolutely, without question. I mean, when your house does not have an address and it's a hall, you have made it. Okay.
Oh my God! Just Sterling. What is it called? Sterling Avenue.
Sterling
Sterling
Manor.
Hall or Avenue.
Yeah,
Sterling
Sterling Hall.
Manor.
I think it's
Yeah,
Sterling
her
Hall.
hall.
Yeah. And not to mention too, another point about this when he said, but when you were going, when I was watching you, you were going through 100 divorces. I'm like, good.
Yes.
Not 100. Oh.
But see, that's the thing. Dennis was giving all of that.
Of divorces.
But that's why Portia's mad, because Dennis gave a lot of that in scenes with Drew versus with her, where it was funny. He wasn't acting like he was bothered. He was like, I still want to pick up my daughter. I'm coming here. We're going to go to the little place and have a good time. And then Portia, what I didn't like, I think it was episode 3 when it ended, when they were in the car. And she told him, basically, if you film with her, you're not going to see your daughter. Are you dumb? So now you're going to use your daughter as a weapon? Yeah, she said that to him.
Oh
yes,
my
she
gosh.
did.
Again, I've only seen
she said that to him.
I gotta go back and
I'm
watch
just like,
the episode.
you can't prevent a father from seeing his daughter just because you're mad about something.
Yeah.
You know what? I see,
and that's what I did not like. But you can't do that. Like I said, I have 4 kids. I am the primary care provider, right? My 3 oldest have the same dad. My youngest has a different father, right? I've never in my life stopped them from seeing their fathers. Ever. It's always been, okay, whatever we go through is what we go through. You get what I'm saying? Once they get older, then if they don't want to deal with you, then they won't. I'm not going to ever step in, especially if this man is not disrespecting me in front of my kids or disrespecting me at all or harming my children. I'm never going to do that. When she did that in that car and said, if you film with her, basically like you're ruining your chances of being around your daughter. What? That's crazy.
And that's go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, that's considered parental alienation. And you can absolutely lose custody over that.
Question.
Oh yeah, because you're basically, they will give custody to to the parent who is willing to co-parent, and she is on record saying that that's what she plans to do, he could absolutely get custody of that child, which I don't think he wants. A lot of men don't really want full custody, but
And I think that
agreement
was
he wants immediately because he can prove it.
right. And I think that was the thing that really pissed off people with Kenya when she was on Tamer Hall. She said, you know, I was afraid for my child. And it's like, your child wasn't there. Number two, that was you who did that. And number three, you cannot use an escape route because you can't handle the route that you're on. And when it came to what Portia said about that, I'm like, so you have said that he's working with somebody that you worked with when you said you hope that Drew gets fired from your company? I'm like, there's men that are doing worse shit behind the scenes that never see their child, and you're upset about him working?
And what women like her will do, they won't go in and say that's the reason. It will be, she's not taken care of when she comes back. She's dirty. He doesn't always take care of her when it's his turn. Like, he has his mom and everyone else, and he's bringing other women around her, and I don't feel like my child is safe. That is what they say. But she can't do that because she's on record saying, if you do this, then I'm going to do this. It's sad.
It really is.
I think that she realized that when she went on one of her lives and she said, this was her last live, I think it was the woman like, oh, come on here, you know, everybody likes me, I'm funny, da, 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 da. If you need a little bit of help, I can help you out. And so she said to Dennis verbatim, oh no, we don't need you on camera again. What are you talking about? Like, him being on camera never harmed Pilar, never harmed you, never harmed him, never harmed Drew. You're upset. You're upset because Dennis actually has filmed more with Drew than with her on the show so far. And you're upset about it, and you just need to get over it. But you want to put ultimatums in there, and it doesn't make any type of sense.
She's upset because she doesn't have control. She doesn't have control over the narrative that she had in her mind that she was going to be able to tell.
Oh yeah, totally. You know, because she wasn't in control of the narrative, she's mad about it. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and so she also can't control him. And so that's when it becomes, and it's hard. You know, I've taught children stuck in the middle of mess like that. And they are anxious, and it's just, people don't really realize what they're doing to their children when they do that. And they don't realize it because they've convinced themselves that they're doing it on the child's behalf.
I have a question.
Yes.
Right. I have a question, Braylon.
Sure.
Do you think that if it comes out on the show within the season that Brit has spoken ill will or ill about Shamia's daughter, who we know to have medical issues?
Sure.
Do you think that she should be allowed at the reunion, at BravoCon, or back?
No, because at that point, like I said before, you have got the sympathy card. You played the sympathy card, rather. Well, how can I put this? You have had the culture for you. Now you have it against you at that point, if this happens, because it was a grown situation. Now we're getting into a child that has no faculties. And please, for everybody in the back, understand why I said the child has no faculties. I mean of the fact the child has no autonomy to be able to have a voice in this situation. Let's get that
Yeah.
straight. Okay.
Yeah.
That because of that, and you put a 20 on a 10 on somebody who can't do anything to you, rather, you've gone too far. And DT has seen me in many instances where I have been at the intersection of right is right, wrong is wrong for kids. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of Braylon Lee when it comes to that. God help your existence.
If she did that, I actually hope that they don't air it. Maybe they can.
No, I don't want it to be aired.
Yeah, they don't need to air that. Oh my goodness.
No,
Yeah, I don't want it to
I don't
be
want it
aired.
to be
But
aired.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is where I'm kind of in the middle because I love kids. I've lost kids. I have kids, right? Here's where I'm at with this. If you are trying to play victim all season long after Kenya, we're not even talking about Kenya, right? But you want everybody to have your back on everything that's happened this season. Shamia went on several social platforms and said that this lady has said these things about her child, right? So obviously, in my mind, I feel like it's gonna be something that's played out. It might not be the full of what she said, but if you're gonna play victim and you say that about a kid, I don't want it to be played, but I want it to be played at the same time where it's like, you ain't no victim, bitch, if you can say this about a kid. You get what I'm saying? Like, we need to see you for who you really, really are.
No, I absolutely do.
Yeah.
And DT, I think you can vouch for my character because you see me in many instances where I've went the fuck off on what needed to be plenty of times.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I can vouch for that. Definitely.
Hey, Gigi, welcome back in. Glad to have you here. But yeah, I think at that point, Petty Pisces, if that does happen, then that's the end of the line. Because, like I said before, with Kenya's upset about how the Uno game happened, where she thought she won the Uno game. And because she played that move, Bravo had to play their move. So you thought you won the Uno game, but you actually lost because you didn't know what Bravo could do, right?
Yeah, because Bravo played Uno reverse and Uno skip on Kenya.
Exactly. And
exactly. But if Brit did do that to that and said that, and it's shown on here that she did that with that baby, I promise you, Brit, you are no longer invited to anything if you talk about somebody's child. She should not be invited. If what Shamia is saying on her press run happens to be true, she gotta go.
No, I fully agree with you. And by the way, too, I could be wrong on this, but I think Kenya said, and like I just said, I could be wrong on this, so don't at me. But I think when it came to those pictures of Brit eating, I think she said the network would blur it out, if I'm not mistaken. Which, if that is the case, then that means that there was some purposeful intent that she knew the network would blur it out.
Oh, I didn't think about it like that.
Now, like I said, I could be wrong, but I do believe that was said.
Yeah. And also, if Kenya thought, like, I think Portia even said it, that if Kenya thought that it was going to be blurred out, that's why she went ahead with it, because they let a lot of things play out on TV.
Correct.
That was physical. You get what I'm saying? So if she's thinking like, oh, well, I can just play this out or whatever and just play it on TV, then it's going to be blurred out and I won't have the consequences that she thought that she was going to have. Either way, it still was a bad move, but I can then understand why she would think, well, we had worse stuff happen on here. We had people getting accused of SA and taking people to dungeons, and I done got dragged and fights then showed out in alleys on the boats and all of that. So I understand that. But Brit, I feel like this girl is about to really go down, 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 and I don't know why. I could be wrong, but I feel like what she's doing now is showing that she is a live wire, and we need that for reality TV, right? But it's just about how far you go. And I'm gonna tell you, if this girl say something about this lady baby, and they cut it out, I'm gonna have a problem with it. I am, because she's already threatened somebody with a pow pow, and she's playing the victim, and she's going after everybody. So I just need her to know that she needs to stop. This ain't gonna get her another seat at the table next season.
I think part of it too. Hi guys. I think part of it too is now she lied about the insurance thing. Like why do that? That's now making you look bad. Like, are you a fraud? You know?
I think it was part of her. Of course, she's one of those people. She's the perpetual victim, and so even they lie about things that are easily verifiable, like my license is suspended, and all someone has to do is like, wait, what? Angela's like, wait, how is your license suspended already? And then it turns out, no, it's not suspended. Now you're claiming that it's being investigated. There's 2 days over a rumor. If you're being investigated, it's for something prior that you've done.
So now she's lost her credibility. So I don't know. Now you can't have people want to feel sorry for you.
Yeah, and it's not gonna happen in 3 days or 3 weeks that all of a sudden it's just gone. I have 2 cousins who are in the real estate business, and it doesn't happen that quickly. It doesn't happen that quickly. I literally asked one of my cousins, who is about 10 years older than me, who's 52, who's been in the real estate game since she was 30 years old. And she was like, well, if you have an investigation that's going on, it's not, it takes you have to go through the company that you work for. If you work for a subsidiary company, like say she was working, like they said, Allstate, it has to go through them. Then it has to go through the company that also owns Allstate. It doesn't take 3 days or 3 weeks. It could take like up to 2 months. Yeah. But the timing of the filming, they only film from 3 to 4 months. By the time that Brit knew that or said that, it wouldn't have made sense. That's why I was not upset when Angela said, well, what was the cause? She knew, like, if they're going to immediately just take your license away, there has to be an immediate cause. It's not just from something that just happened 3 nights ago.
Right.
Or even 3 weeks ago. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
So like her personality is kind of like, that's like crazy. Not crazy. Like, you know what I mean? She's untrustworthy. So she is so for Kenya to feel that way, she felt that vibe in her. You know what I mean? She has that vibe as a fraud, like a crazy person, like, you know, not crazy, but
it's interesting. I mentioned this on Campfire Show once. She immediately raised red flags with me, Brit, because of the lying. Because I'm a teacher, and students who lie a lot, especially over things that they don't have to lie about, it can be a sign of abuse. Because children who are abused, they do not ability for even the most simple thing, like, is this your pencil that you dropped? Because they're so afraid of getting in trouble, because they're so afraid of getting hit. And so it takes about a month of us being in school before a child like that starts to like just tell the truth about very simple things.
Right.
Now, people who have like, I think it's one of you said you work in psychiatry. It can also be, of course, a person. sorry, I'm losing my words right now. A person on where they have this vision of themselves and they want to portray that, in any inkling that you don't believe what they are trying to portray, you are the enemy. Like, of course, now that Kenya's gone, Angela is going to be the enemy, because Angela took that veil off and said, no, there's no way that you lost your license over this. Now she's going to come for Andrew. And there's just a lot going on there. Not to mention having
Shows
a
a lot
sex
of
tape
anger.
as a teenager, and then I'm like, also just is a red flag in terms of like, people don't typically do things that explicit sexually that young if they're not from a household where things are stable. Now, it could be she's the outlier. Her sisters are nothing like her. She's the outlier of the family, but there's a lot going on there.
No,
She uses her
Okay, and
pretty
remember,
though.
let me
She
interject
uses
here.
her pretty.
Remember, she said she's from Detroit. And trust me, I'm from a large city where I'm from. And there's certain girls you just don't hang out with, you know, because they talk that talk and they're about that life. And Kenya heard it. And you can see she has a traumatized background. And she's one of those kids. And as adults, I've been in those situations where girls have they talk a certain way and they just lose because they have no they have mental health issues. And
They're
Kenya does
socially
too.
awkward.
Yeah.
Well, Kenya has issues too.
But here's the thing with Brit, if you notice, everything that she said, and every time she leads with anything with her husband, when she talked about her past with her mama, when she talked about her past, I was always the pretty girl. So females didn't like me. She leads with her being a pretty girl. So anything that's outside of her being pretty, or anything that's not conformatory to her being a pretty girl, she doesn't understand it. She feels like anybody that doesn't look how she looks aesthetically is against her. And that's not the truth, because let's be real. If you seen how her mama looked at her when she was telling her story, her mama gave her like the side eye, but I guess must have remembered they were on TV, right? And her mama gave her the side eye, but let's be real. Her sisters and her mama don't look like Brit aesthetically. So they probably seen and heard this, and she probably was daddy's little girl. That's how she got the business. She was the one running the business, because aesthetically, she's the one that's prettier, that can run a business, put their face on a business card and things of that nature. So they're tired of hearing how pretty you are. And that's what she runs with. Oh, I'm not going to fight. I don't do that. I'm too pretty for that. So I call my sisters, who's not aesthetically looking like me. She has other issues that she need to work out before she got on this show. I'm going to tell you that.
I will push back just a little bit if I can, because I do believe everything is in the eye of the beholder. Just because you look pretty doesn't mean that you are accepted personally. And also, too, when it comes to family businesses, sometimes you're in that line of that legacy rather. I remember an anime movie rather, called Elemental. It's Pixar. One of the greatest films that they've ever done. It was a slow burner at the box office, but then it had a second life on Disney Plus. But it was about this, and basically it's all the elements. So air, water, earth, fire. And Ember was in line to take over her dad's shop, but she wanted to be her own person, right? So sometimes with a family business, you know, especially if you're going around a family reunion, it's like, so you're the next one in line, huh? Even though you may not even want to do that. So just wanted to add that to the conversation, because I do think sometimes some people who, you know, they have this wealth, it's like, no, actually, I didn't want to do this business that
Yeah.
my family is. I didn't want to be a part of it. And then when it came to Pretty, I can't help how I look, but also too, I wasn't accepted, so I had to be my own best friend. So that could also be a variable as well, because all we know is Brit, the adult. We don't know her childhood.
I think Brit is annoying, and she lacks self-awareness, but she does place a lot of emphasis on how she looks. And so when people don't like her, she can't fathom that it's about her personality and what she's done and what she said. It has to be they hate her, they're jealous of her because she's beautiful. There's no she's completely, there's no self-awareness at all. It is all because they just attacked her and they just don't like her because she's beautiful. This has been happening since you were a child. It's you. But she doesn't get that.
Understood.
I agree. I definitely agree. And I think that I think that she makes weird faces, but we can't deny that she's a beautiful girl, a beautiful lady, right? I think that also that's a gift and a curse. I think that Brit doesn't want to be the pretty girl. I think she wants to be the popular girl, because the pretty girl sometimes gets like shunned, like, oh, everybody's gonna like you. I don't even want to say me, but I'm telling you, I know for real. And she doesn't want to be the one where people are like, oh, well, everybody's gonna like you because of how you look aesthetically.
Right.
She wants to be liked for who she is, but she don't know how to interact with people. She lacks social skills. She lacks social interaction. And when she said female, that proved the point that she doesn't know how to interact with women, with young ladies, with ladies. She just knows that, okay, well, I'm pretty and that's going to get me by, but it didn't. And it's still not getting her by because she's so angry and so just mad that people, you can be pretty and ugly at the same time.
I mean, it's
And that's what
easy.
Brit is.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. To me, I feel like her and Kenya probably would have gotten along. She's just probably overwhelmed with her emotions. They both can't handle their emotions. They don't know how to regulate their emotions.
That could
So
be a possibility too.
they both have trauma, and
Yeah.
especially they both have trauma. And so she probably sees Kenya, another beautiful woman. She's beautiful. Kenya's beautiful, and she got intimidated by Kenya and reacted that way because she can't.
She has to be the beautiful one. She has to be the
No,
spot.
or it could be that, or that, or
Yeah,
she
to have
just
the
does,
spotlight. Yeah, go
or
ahead.
she wanted Kenya to really like her, or give her
Yeah,
more attention, or
that's
and
the
it's
vibe. Yeah,
and it's something from childhood that triggered her, and that's how she reacted. And then Kenya, the same thing, right? So Kenya didn't feel safe or protected, or anyone was on her side.
Right.
So that's why she reacted in a vengeful way, because she wanted to show them, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Because no one ever believes her, So this is like a actual good thing for Black people to talk about. This is a dynamic that's real. This is a real dynamic, And for Bravo to maybe treat Kenya a certain way and not dive deep into it, because these are scenarios that happens in the Black community. For them to just toss her aside is just to show us how they, North America treats us. They just use us,
Yeah, exactly. And what you
What
said makes
you
a lot of sense. Kenya is the beautiful one. Not that they're all not beautiful, but she's beautiful and she's popular. So I need her to want to be friends with me, because that's what it was giving. It was, oh, she hugged her and didn't hug me. And oh my, just taking a simple question about you not wearing your wedding band. So, oh, are you engaged or are you married? Because you're not wearing your band. that just feels like an attack. It's
But
very interesting.
what Kenya said, Blanche, was correct. This is one of the things I did really agree with her on. If this had been on Salt Lake City, OC, Beverly Hills, if somebody would have been threatened with a weapon, would they still be on the show?
You imagine someone doing that to Meredith Marks. Baby, imagine the meltdown that
Oh my
Meredith
God.
Young and the
Imagine that
Restless
for Kathy
Marks would
Hilton.
have.
Like, they would shut down that.
The whole production would have been shut down. They would have, everybody would have been, it wouldn't have been just Kenya
No,
without.
but she wouldn't say it to Kathy Hilton. That's what Kenya's point is. Like, you know.
But that's the thing. But even not, let's take Kathy Hilton out of it, because Kathy is a friend of. Let's go with Kyle.
Yeah.
If Kenya is literally the Kyle when they came in season 16, Kenya is literally the Kyle of Housewives when they came into season 16, right? Kenya's been there the longest. She's been there. She's earned her stripes. She's done all of this. And let's say Jennifer Tilly. Oh, well, no. Let's go with a Garcelle. Would have came in and said this to who's the face of Beverly Hills, Kyle, would have said this to Kyle, that whole production would have been shut down. And she wasn't wrong for saying that, because here's the thing: you cannot go as a medical assistant and as a team lead at Walmart, both jobs I hold. There's no way, if you piss me off at work and I say, oh, guess what? I don't like that bitch. I can't stand that bitch. I hope she know that if she want to come at me, I got these pop piles in the car or whatever. She can come out. We in the parking lot. Guess what? Everything shut down. I'm going to HR is calling me. What did you say? I'm suspended or fired. You cannot do that.
Well,
so that's why I understand where Kenya's coming from, because if it was on another show, if somebody threatened, first of all, let's not even go to the white shows, okay? Let's stick with the black. If somebody would have threatened Giselle like that, oh, but baby, the whole thing would have been shut down.
Yeah.
If Wendy would have been like, I ain't about to talk to this bitch. I know how she did me. I got my pow in the car. I don't know if I want to go meet with her. They would have shut that whole thing down.
What were you saying, Gigi?
No, Kenya literally got what she deserves. Like, she did something the way she reacted, I can understand, but she needs to go get help for what she's going through. And Brit, honestly, this should be Brit's last season. I don't know if she sued them, and then
I think it will be.
I don't know.
One and done. Well, I have to say goodbye, you all. This was very entertaining and insightful.
Me too. I'm gonna leave.
Andrea, it was great to put a face with a name, and you know I might disagree, but I will never be disrespectful.
And never ever. You never are. Like, I see you. I'm a moderator for Scotty too.
Okay, I've never been on his, but yeah. And I will say this because I just got a chance to speak on a panel, and this is a media outlet. I am now in the world of journalism. Hello, Portia.
Hey.
Good night, you all.
Love your life right back, Billy Blanche. Never hold.
Thank
You're
you
welcome
very
back
much.
anytime.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed this. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Stop.
The only thing I have left to say is basically when it comes down to the Kenya video is that I feel like she gave some insight to certain things. She said that she's gonna come back and give us things weekly. I just want her to be consistent. Don't be a Nene and not be consistent. Because Nene hasn't been consistent. Like I love Nene, but I'm just saying, don't not be consistent. Don't make us wait. We were all waiting yesterday patiently with Braylon yesterday.
But have you noticed that they all have channels at the same time?
It seems like it. It seems like they all have channels at the same time. And let me tell y'all something. For those of you who saw me that night last night, that was literally the very first time I have ever had 330 to 350 people live on my channel.
I subscribed to you last night. You came up in the algorithm. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I had never seen you in the algorithm for me before, right? Mm-hmm. So I was like, wait a minute. Kenya then went live, and so I was like, well, let me get in here. So the first thing I did was liked, I commented, I subscribed, you highlighted pretty much all of my comments, and I was like, oh, he cool. So I know when I go into because I am moderators for other people, like Lance said, I'm gonna go in there and then I'm gonna make sure I put your YouTube into the, I'm gonna make sure that I speak on like what we talked about today and everything. I'm gonna make sure I do that because I am moderators for people that have like 70,000 subscribers, 60,000 subscribers, 16,000. And I'm gonna make sure that I do that because what you did today was allow us to have a platform to speak on things, whether we agree or disagree, and allowed us to be able to speak on what's literally going on in the area that we like, which is pop culture. Yeah. So I appreciate you. Yes. You are doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Now that I know who you are, I'm following you. Sometimes the YouTube notification be playing, but I'm gonna make sure whenever you go live, I will be in the live, and my name will be my real name, Andrea Rogers, and I will definitely make sure that I come back and constantly come back because what you did here today was let everybody just speak their piece, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's pretty
cool. Thank you very much for that. That was very kind of you to say. I haven't been on here too long, but I've been on here long enough. And, I have always tried my very best to be good to people. I always say everything that someone has may mean nothing to the world, but when someone gives you a piece of their everything, it should become something to you. And I try to do that with each and every tour. Every tour is not always sunshine and rainbows, but at least we recognize that there are sunshine and rainbows if you understand that philosophy. So I appreciate all of you who came up. Gigi, Pay, Pisces, DT, Mel, NYC Reviews, and Billy Blanche Ho. And honestly, to tell you the truth, like I said, this is probably going to be the last time that I talk about Kenya Moore, because what I don't want Team Twirl to think is,
me too.
Oh
me
my
too.
God, all he can do is Kenya Moore. I'm like, y'all, just look at my live tab. This was a cultural moment. Scroll down. There's more content. Damn. But thank you all for seeing the good in me. That really touched me very much. Thank you.
I have one last thing to say before I drop down. Y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Make sure y'all are following Braylon Lee and do what it is to get like all of his subscriptions up. Do what y'all need to do. Just follow him. It's a good time over here. He allows people to be who they are, no matter what. If you disagree, agree with him, he's allowing people to do that. So even if you hate watching, just make sure you hit the like video. I mean, hit the like button. Just hit the like button. That's all you gotta do. It's free. It's free. It's free to hit the like button.
That part.
It's all free. But I appreciate your content. I do appreciate you. I am gonna continue. I'm gonna drop down. And if you're gonna still be on here, I will definitely be in the comments. Thank you so much, Braylon. I appreciate you, brother.
Much love to you. We'll talk soon, my friend. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Right back, my friend. Right back. Thank you for that. Thank you. I am genuinely humbled by the love. I always say I feel the love and send it right back to you all. So Cosmic, welcome back in, I would say to you, because I saw you last night. Brit belongs in jail. Well, jail doesn't just have to be physical, it can be social. And I think Brit is in that social jail right now, just like Kenya Moore is in that social jail right now. So we will just leave it there. Y'all, we have been on for 4 hours, 14 minutes and 40 seconds here with 11 people in the building with us here live on tour. 13 people now with us live on tour. So with that being said, I will give y'all the daily motivator. And I will say this, tonight we were supposed to do the Never Ever Mets at 6:00. But the squad, which would be Talk with Solana, Dr. Ucha, Gigi Nine, my main man Q, and myself, we have not watched the episode, but I told them in advance that because I am a cultural commentator, and because the assignment's always bigger than me, and because I understand that, listen, sometimes the best way to be a resource is to be a solution. And so I hope I was that for each and every one of you. DT says, thanks for having us on, Braylon. Great to be on with awesome people. Absolutely, DT, for sure, my friend. Andrea Rogers says, y'all like, comment, share, and subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Right on point there. So with that being said, y'all, we're going to do something that we normally do here for the end of our evening editions of Virtual Tour Live. Is no problem at all. Glad to have you here, Andrea Rogers, for sure. Let's do the daily motivator, everybody, and head on out of here. It's been a wonderful time, for sure. And like I said, y'all, really, this is going to be the last time, because honestly, like I said, I know I'm way bigger than Kenya Moore, and Team Troll, don't at me, okay? I just said that because, like, I cover a lot more stuff than Kenya Moore. This was just a very big cultural moment, and it was complimentary content to the experience, because we are reviewing and watching the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So believe me, there will be more content to come. So with that being said, let me make it do what it do here. My laptop will, work here with me and not against me, please. Here, come on. There it is. Things don't turn up in this world until somebody turns them up. Oh, Lord. Things don't turn up in this world till somebody turns them up. Things don't turn up in this world till somebody turns them up. James A. Garfield. I truer words have never been spoken, James, and I hope your cat Garfield as well is eating lasagna. What did you want me to do? You saw the thumbnail, you know my voice, and damn it, you know why you're here. I'm the media nerd of social media. What you want me to do? With that being said, everybody, let's roll on to the Daily Motivator for Saturday, April 19th, 2025. Along the way, make time in your days for wonder, for awe. Make space in your thoughts for to dream of what's possible. Your journey is much more than getting quickly and officially where you intend to go. It's all about your experience, express. It's all about how you experience, express, and share as you move forward. Be open to discover what you could have never imagined. Be eager to connect with people who will deepen your understanding. Remind yourself how thoroughly and intrinsically. Your life is woven through all that exists. Take care with all you do because it goes far beyond you and then comes back to you as well. While you're being diligent about the specifics, also keep the big picture in mind. Exercise flexibility in your perspective and appreciate life's wonder from many illuminating angles. As you dance among the details and grand visions, stay open to the awe-inspiring connections and dreams that unfold. Life's richness arises from the shared experiences and boundless wonder you cultivate along the way. Ralph Morrison. Well, let's talk about it, child, because I think we did that tonight. You know, this I think 4-part series or 3-part series or however many parts of the Kenya Moore saga that's been on Braylon's virtual tour, our channel here. This moment in time happened along the way, and always say higher is waiting, low is available, but either way we got to go on tour. That statement was really inspired by Tyler Perry's book Higher is Waiting. And as I was trying to figure out a signature phrase for our channel here, I was like, wait, higher is waiting, low is available, but either way, we got to go on tour. So along the way, there will be destinations that you will want to go to, and there'll be pit stops along the way that pique your curiosity. But at the beginning, middle, end of the day, you have to be responsible for how you are seen in the world. So the first thing I'll tell you about along the way is your journey is much more than getting quickly and efficiently where you intended to go. There's a quote that says, "The race is not given to the swift nor the strong, but it's to those who endure." If you need a mod, I am here. Thank you so much for that. Closed mouths don't get fed, LOL. Are you on Instagram? I am. Here is my IG. You can DM me there. And we'll talk offline for sure. Thank you very much for that wonderful kind gesture, Audrey Rogers. Thank you, my friend. We will definitely talk for sure. And you know, I don't read these daily motivators before showtime because I believe in giving you, the audience, the most quality experience, right? So the first thing I will say about, you know, along the way is this: your journey is much more than getting quickly and efficiently where you intend to go. I could do anything and everything of a quantity fashion, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get to the finish line. I'm going to say that 2 more times. I could do anything and everything in terms of quantity, but I won't get to the finish line. I can do anything and everything in terms of quantity, but I won't get to the finish line. What happened with this Kenya Moore series happened along the way, not because I'm the most known, not because I was a bold one to talk about it, but because I was consistent enough with who I am, and I was tenacious enough about not giving up on myself when I wasn't being paid attention to. I want you to sit with that for a minute. Think about this. The fact that I went from unknown to at least more known than I was in one night is a very powerful crown, but a weighty crown. Because as Melody Cherie Rogers would say, anybody can wear the crown, but it takes somebody to handle the weight. So the first thing I'll tell you is, don't worry about if you're winning the race. Just make sure you're doing the right thing to stay in the race. That's the first thing I'll tell you about along the way. The second thing I'll tell you about along the way is this: take care with all you do. Take care with all you do, because it goes far beyond you and then it comes back to you. There was a network called Boomerang. It's all coming back to you. If you're a Cartoon Network fan, you know exactly what that network is. It was a throwback network with 90s cartoons. And I think sometimes we have to remember that for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. Don't be afraid of the boomerang coming back to you, But can you be open-minded that that boomerang can come back to you with some joy as well? It's just like a frisbee. Throw out a frisbee. If it falls, guess what? It's plastic. Pick it up and throw it again. Sometimes that's what we gotta do in life. We feel like we're down. Pick yourself up, toss yourself off, and keep going. The second thing I'll tell you. And finally, you know, we always do things in threes. As you dance among the details and grand visions, stay open to the awe-inspiring connections and dreams that unfold. I will say this. The connections and dreams that need to unfold in due time. They need to unfold in due time. They need to unfold in due time. It's just like going to prom and getting that custom dress or that suit. While it may take weeks and months to get it, it needs to go through that process so you can be your best self. Don't rush the process when what's coming out of the process is only for you to become better. And with that being said, it is time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say 1 point special, because you are always born a blessing and trust. You may not be where you want to be, but by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why it's one thing to call yourself, it's another thing to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. I have spent time with you. You have spent time with me. And hopefully by spending time together, we'll rise up to be great together. And always remember, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or on the third day, you finally rose up and put up a YouTube video. I'm sorry, God. Your son did a lot more than King and More could ever do. Bad mouth, you were so good for 4 hours. Make sure the replay is not just ready for you to watch it, not just ready for you to listen to it, but for you to want to experience it again. I love you. I value you. I embrace you all. Always remember, when receive love, you gotta give it. When receive love, you gotta give it. When receive love, you gotta give it. Wherever obstacles you have overcome, wherever success you have achieved upon this particular day, I'm extremely proud of you, but no one's as proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, just because you utilize hair products doesn't mean your hair will grow. In order for anything to work on your head, you have to take care of your head. Don't use so many products that you're not making sure the ground is invested in. Commercial break and fireworks are coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's to come, and for the blessings that are on the way for you, me, all of us, as a society, as a people, as a culture. I feel the love, and I send it right back to you. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, we hustle all day. Yeah, we're working, let me play. You know me, work real hard, now we're ready, let's play. Hey, hustle up, yeah. Ready, set, let's go, yeah. Hustle up, yeah. Ready, set, let's go. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up a little louder. Now get low, come on, drop it to the floor, yeah, drop it to the floor. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up a little louder. Now get low, come on, drop it to the floor, yeah, drop it to the floor. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up a little louder. Now get low, come on, drop it to the floor, yeah, drop it to the floor. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up a little louder. Now get low, come on, drop it to the floor, yeah, drop it to the floor. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up a little louder.
Power 923 Jams and the Arkansas Minority Health Commission encourages you to take the COVID-19 vaccine to help keep you and your loved ones safe. Involved in our community, the People Station, Power 923 Jams. KIPR Pine Bluff, Little Rock, KFOG, Little Rock, a Cumulus Media Station. And now, back to the jams. Hip-hop. Drake.
Girls want girls where I'm from. Yeah, well, girls want girls where
R&B. J. Howell.
Just 'cause I love you and you love me
And now, bumping back-to-back continuous music with another fresh new jam. Heard here first on the People Station, Power 923 Jams. Power 9.
Each of you are in a relationship with somebody you have never met before.
We have been chit-chatting for about 5 months. We have been together for 4.5 years now. I'm gonna go meet my man.
I'm just hoping that he likes me in real life.
I've been keeping something from you.
I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort. Prepare for a journey. Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort. Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.